Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Engstrom. I'm founder of the Bullpen. We are on day 3 of JPM Wednesday, January 10th, 2024. What an awesome way to start the year. Today is Artificial Intelligence and Healthcare Day. I have an amazing man, amazing leader, Dr. Prasoon Mishra, with us today. He is the founder of the American Association for Precision Medicine. I think I got that right? So the acronyms always trip me up a little bit. And he's doing about 10 other things in the market too. We're going to focus on the AAPM today, but I first want to tell you a little bit about Bullpen as we get started. And I'll tell you as if you don't know what we're doing, but you do because you kind of live this mission. We are a group of investors and CEOs in the life science space that are committed to helping each other. So that's our mantra, find somebody to help, repeat. Monday we had a rare disease day. Tuesday we had a tools and services day, and Wednesday is our final day. So we're focused on AI and healthcare. And I'm here to talk to Dr. Mishra to kind of lift up some of the things he's working on because they're really important. And I introduce you to him. So with no further ado, I'd like to start off with a question. How did you get to this position in life where you get to be so impactful with what you do, and you touch a number of different sectors of life sciences? So tell the audience a little bit about your story. I want to hear about your background.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Christian. Always a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the Bullpen community. Are together we are a powerhouse, and we in the community today we need groups like Bullpen and AAPM to push the innovation forward and guide some of the up and coming investors as well as entrepreneurs actually who are trying to make an impact in the community. So I started my journey with a family where my maternal grandparents were physicians, and they always told me that, Prasoon, always remember that basically you live to help others live longer. Actually, that has been, and he reminded us all, and that's what I grew up with, and that ended up becoming my life's mission. That basically I will save as many lives as possible before I surrender mine. So that has become my life's mission, and that has been a driving force. So I starting from the HIV pandemic to the cancer crisis, to COVID crisis, to what's happening in the funding crisis. How do we as a community come together and become a stronger being together than individual isolated struggling entrepreneurs or investors. So that's basically, community has been a thread of our existence, and I think if you look back in the society, what we have learned is that survival of the fittest is one of the theories that has been put forward. But what I believe is that it's not survival of the fittest. Basically, it's a survival of all who work together, came together, and make things made stronger communities. So it's what I believe is that our civilization is based on survival of the stronger communities actually. And then thank you for doing that, and that's what we are working as a community, and that's basically sums up what we have been doing in the precision medicine field. Yeah.
I love that, survival of the community. So we're working on that. You are building communities in your life to support your mission. Can you tell me a little bit about AAPM and how that came about and what your mission is there?
Yeah, so American Association for Precision Medicine, it's basically it started as a community in the precision medicine field. We realized that there is no nonprofit organization that basically brings academia, government, companies, nonprofits, and other stakeholders. We call it 4 Ps of precision medicine: payers, providers, public health planners, and patients. Actually, so these are the goal that we were founded with is to bring all the stakeholders together, try to find out what their needs are, and then try to be a conduit of bringing just them together, and they make a they initiate a dialogue, and they basically achieve the mission by just coming together. So that was our goal.
So you're providing a foundation, a fundamental platform for them to collaborate, and you're seeing some outcomes. How long has it been since you founded AAPM?
Yeah, so APM, started in 2017, actually, in January of 2017. So it's a young organization, but it's not that young. We have had several since its inception. We created a data AI community. We called it DANCE, which is Data AI, a national summit. So we have a huge community in the Bay Area, where in the Bay Area we have a biotech, hub, and then we have a technology hub, Google's of the world and Genentech's of the world. So we tried to take an initiative of bring those communities together and stir that, collaboration to transform data analytics needs of the healthcare community. And
That's a great segue into what we're doing today, AI and healthcare. It's a place that you've gravitated towards, and maybe out of necessity, technology is moving forward. We can use tech to be more impactful with patients. Talk about 2024, and maybe think about or help us think about some of the AI initiatives that you have for AAPM, or what's going to happen in 2024 for your group.
yeah, 2024 is, for us, it's a huge, big year, because we are planning our big annual meeting in the summer. So I invite the whole community to join us. It's going to be at Santa Clara Convention Center. It's a huge, gathering of precision medicine stakeholders, entrepreneurs, investors, patient advocates, academic institutions, and industry, pharmaceuticals, biotechs, and so it's going to be an AI and data analytics is going to be a big part of it, as Data AI National Summit is having its own presence at the event. So will be a lot of new solutions in AI, as well as existing solutions will be presented, and it will be great opportunity for both pharma as well as for the entrepreneurs to come together and share those and see if we can find right folks to take those technologies further. Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm excited to help. Let us know in the bullpen how we can help move your mission forward. I think one way that everybody in the audience can help is by following one of the most interesting men on LinkedIn. Dr. Mishra is a world traveler and being engaged by many different communities globally, and he's got this special touch with people. You do, and your intentions come clearly through your posts. And so I think when you're talking about your mission, you're motivating people, that one way we can help you is by following you, reposting what you're putting out there. So I would encourage everybody to go follow Dr. Mishra and start to echo his sentiments on LinkedIn. That's one way. But maybe you have a different way. How can we get involved with what you're doing and continue to lift up your mission?
Yeah, and I think what I believe in, my worldview is different. So my worldview is a holistic view. We are one huge community living on this planet. So how do we all come together, and make a difference. So let's start with that. The start begins with your family, then your professional life, then your city, state, country, then the Mother Earth, actually. So that's the thread of it. And then in the communities where healthcare has been a huge need so far, and please join our community. And then overall, I think on the motivation side, what I believe that I think we are all a unique beings. So I try to understand Earth and how these we are situated in the different parts of the Earth, and we troll certain parts of the planet, actually, through our eyes and senses, and we try to correct those things. So as a community, we are responsible for this well-being of this Mother Earth. So my call will be just be responsible. Whatever ideas that come to you, just don't disregard those ideas, because I believe that it's not you who choose the idea. It's the idea that chooses you, and then it becomes your moral responsibility to bring those ideas to fruition. If you don't, then you are doing disservice to the society, actually. So this will be my call for action. So begin with you, and then we are here to support you in any way we can as a community. American Association of Precision Medicine, AAPM, Bullpen, and the larger Bay Area innovation ecosystem and community. And together we can make a difference and win whatever life throws it at us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm super motivated. I always have been by you. So thank you for turning what you bring to the world, the charisma and the attraction, really, you're putting out. You're bringing people to a good cause. You're echoing truth in the market, and I really appreciate that, honestly, sincerely, individually. And I do want to reiterate what he said. This is a call for personal accountability. And we are doing that here in the Bullpen. You're doing it at AAPM. We'll be here the rest of today. I hope that you have some time to listen to some of our leaders. I thank Tulane and AAIH for sponsoring today. We're going to continue to have some breakfast upstairs. Let's go get some wonderful breakfast. We have an Israeli investor breakfast happening today. We'll see maybe 500 investors and CEOs come to the Bullpen today, and our goal is to help each other. So if you want to get involved, please reach out. If you want to get involved with Dr. Mishra, which I highly recommend, please reach out. Ask somebody how you can help them. So we'll be here all day. Thank you, everybody in the audience who's joining us today, and thank you for the larger global audience for interacting with the Bullpen and our guests. And Dr. Mishra, can't wait to continue to work with you in 2024 and help the mission. So.
Likewise, yes. Together we'll make a difference. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank you
everyone.
very much.
Welcome back to the Bullpen. I'm here today with Stacy Clade Thompson, Vice Chair at the Alliance for Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare. We're in the Bullpen. Out in front of you, can't see it, but out there you got to imagine it. We got the Golden Gate Bridge over here. We got Alcatraz. The fog is out. We're having an awesome morning. We have a breakfast going on upstairs. Maybe 500 people are going to be coming in today to support AI in healthcare today. And AAIH, excuse me, is a sponsor. So let's start there. Tell me a little bit about your background and how you ended up at the AAIH, and then we'll get into what your mission is and how we can help you. But I want to learn more about you.
Great. Thanks for having me today. And thank you to Christian and the Bullpen. And yeah, at AAIH, I guess how I got here, I'm a PhD chemist by training. I started my career at GSK as a process chemist, and then moved into roles within strategy and operations, R&D strategy and operations, looking at different strategic initiatives and supporting those. And in the final years of my 13 years at GSK, those initiatives started looking more like, what are we doing about data science, computational sciences, and artificial intelligence? And I was a co-founder and co-lead of the ATOM Consortium, initially founded by GSK, the U.S. Department of Energy, the National Cancer Institute, and UCSF. And it was during that time that I got to know a lot of others working in the AI healthcare, AI drug discovery space. And it was during those years that the AIH initially was formed. And because I was working with government associations, and the Alliance for AI in Healthcare is a policy advocacy organization, I couldn't join, but we were always fellow travelers. After leaving the ATOM Consortia, though, I've joined a few different startups. I worked at Atomwise, and then as an independent consultant, and then recently with Biosymmetrics, where I'm still a consultant. And in the last year, I was able to join the AIH. I was appointed the vice chairperson for this latest cycle, and I'm really excited to be promoting all of the work that we're doing and talking with you about it today.
I'm excited to have you here, and I think it's always inspiring. I'm not a PhD, and you bring this depth, this completely different language to society, and you're able now to step into a leadership position. So move from the bench to leading an industry initiative, which I think is super exciting and inspiring for me to be around folks like you. So thank you for that. But let's hop into the mission of the AIH. So you've now came off the bench and you're a vice chair of an organization that is moving one of the more exciting pieces of healthcare forward. What are we thinking about in 2024 as artificial intelligence is concerned, and what's the mission of AIH this year?
Yeah, thanks. So we are a pre-competitive alliance, a collaborative group of organizations. We've got academic partners, we've got biotech startups, we've got big pharma, we've got healthcare and health tech, and we're coming together to be a single voice of thought leadership on AI in healthcare. We have working groups on regulatory, on policy, on data science, and really hoping to push forward the frameworks for responsible AI and ethical AI and its applications to healthcare.
Okay, so now we're going to get nerdy, okay?
Yes.
We're going to talk about drug development, and you've done it the traditional way, let's just say traditional way, and now we have AI entering into that equation. How is drug development going to be affected over the next couple of years? What are we going to see? What's AI going to bring to us? How are we going to feel?
Yeah, I'm so excited about the potential of AI in drug discovery. I think that AI is being applied on the biology side so that we better understand human biology, that we can better understand targets and pathways, how diseases are caused and how they progress. All of that comes down to understanding all of the deep data that's out there, the genomics, the transcriptomics, but then the clinical health records. How do you tie that to what we can experimentally prosecute in the lab and ensure that there's translation between those? So data that is being collected, that has been historically collected, is being used to better understand disease biology and health biology. And then I think that we are seeing, so I think that will result in better medicines because we will have better understanding of biology, better understanding of patient biology specifically. So I think we will see advances in precision medicine due to AI applications. And then on the molecule or medicine design side, that as a chemist is kind of where I'm really excited about the technologies that are emerging and being able to optimize molecules, medicines based on parameters that, normally drug discovery, the traditional drug discovery, is a bit of a whack-a-mole process, right? You've got to optimize for efficacy against the disease target that you're going after, but you also have to optimize then for, do you have the right solubility? Do you have the right pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic parameters? Do you have the right safety profile? Is it selective for your target or is it hitting other targets? At the end of the day, this is a multi-parameter optimization problem, and that's what AI is really good at. You can feed it data for all of those things, and generative AI, I think we're going to see leap forward here in being able to design better molecules faster as well.
So I'm excited about it. I'm not sure I understand it, but that's why we have the AAIH to kind of educate us as to how we can maybe skip a little design of experiment.
Yes.
That's one thing we're going to do, right?
Exactly.
And we're going to go a little faster with developing drugs and specific solutions to our problems in healthcare. And, okay, so that's AI, and there's some positive things. But we've been hearing some negative things about AI. We're scared as a society right now because it's a Pandora's box. So how do you manage that as an association? The risk, reward, the perception versus reality, and the unknown. That's a big question, but
Yeah.
I'll toss it your way.
And this is where I think the alliance really shines because we are putting together, pieces on what should ethical AI look like. And in healthcare, I think, when we're using AI is all based on data, right? And if the data that we have has bias in it, maybe it is a population data set that we're looking at that is primarily white male. That's going to bias the machine learning models that are learning on that data. What can we do to ensure that there's diversity in that data set? What can we do to ensure that healthcare data that's shared remains private? And that the AI and the machine learning models don't reveal the underlying data sources in a way that can be traced back to patients that have consented to inclusion in there. So making sure that we've got freedom for researchers to use data to really impact better medicines faster, and faster does mean cheaper. So there is huge benefit here for patients, while also ensuring that we're doing it ethically, that we're doing it responsibly, and that we're doing it as a community that is adhering to those policies and frameworks.
That's a great answer. I tossed you a very hard question. My next follow-up, I think, is going to be a little easier.
Okay.
For our audience, how can we help you? What do you need?
Great. We are growing memberships. So we are looking for healthcare companies, pharma companies, biotechs, startups, investors to join our community. It is a great community where we've got thought leaders coming together, sharing advances in the field, sharing challenges in the field, connecting and networking with each other, and hoping to advance, our goal of having responsible and ethical AI at the forefront of healthcare.
So we're going to wrap it up here. I'm going to let you get some breakfast and hang out with the other great folks we have assembled today. Folks, you have an opportunity to get involved. We are hearing so much about AI in healthcare right now, And I'll tell you, as a CEO, I have investors saying, "What's your angle on AI?" They want to see that we're thinking about this. And quite frankly, as a CEO who has a million problems, AI is one thing that I'm struggling with. We have some angles, but the resource is Stacy. The resource is James, AIH, the Bullpen. There are folks here that can help you, and I just encourage everybody to go out, Google it, get in
the
contact. Yes.
AAIH.org. I'll put that plug in, and feel free to connect with me, Stacy Cladd Thompson, on LinkedIn. Thanks so much for having me, Christian.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Bullpen. Appreciate it. We're going to be back in another 5 to 10 minutes with another guest. We're going to be talking AI all day AI, and I'm hoping you have a great day. So we'll wrap it up. Take care. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Bullpen. My name's Christian Engstrom. I'm the Bullpen founder. I'm here with Ashley Prang from Intrans Medical. And we're going to hear a little bit about her career and Intrans and what they need. Before I do that, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Bullpen. We are a group of investors and CEOs with the shared goal of helping each other. Hopefully you felt supported this week.
Absolutely.
You're understanding what we're doing here is we are asking each other what we need.
Right.
And we're doing our best to get resources to move life-saving programs ahead. So that being said, I want everybody to understand how awesome our members are and what they bring individually to the Bullpen. So tell us a little bit about your personal background.
Yeah, so I have been in the industry now for about 11 years. Most of my time's been over on the commercial side, so a little bit different than many of the members of the Bullpen, more from a commercial strategy, sales, marketing, that background, product management, before I moved over to the business development side of the industry in multiple therapeutic areas on the buy side. And that's been a fun endeavor to take on for the last 4 years until this past May, where I joined Intrans Medical to kick off our efforts for strategic partnering and with our late-stage asset for advanced Parkinson's.
Okay, great. Late-stage Parkinson's is something we care about,
Yes.
and a lot of folks are working on this. So tell us about your strategy. What is Intrans doing to tackle this very difficult disease?
It is, and when you get the disease state of Parkinson's progresses, and every patient will progress because there's unfortunately nothing else out there to slow or halt the disorder. And these patients experience a tremendous disability, and there's just limited options out there for treatment. And that's what Intrans is trying to do. We are a private-based company, originally out of Sweden. We're now incorporated here in New York. Here in the U.S., and we have a late stage. It's a 505(b)(2) pathway. The product is approved in Europe, and what it is a drug-device combination. And so what it does is it actually infuses the drug over a 16-hour period directly into the small intestine. And what that does is it helps balance that constant steady state of that patient's need of dopamine to help balance those on and off episodes. And it's for patients that, ultimately they're experiencing multiple pills a day, they're still not being controlled, and so they need a complex therapy.
It's a heartbreaking disease.
It is.
Appreciate the work you're doing, and I appreciate you battling through the background noise we have here.
Yes, no worries.
I'm going to just segue here and say
Sure.
we have an investor breakfast going on, Israeli investor breakfast, and we're bringing resources in to fuel these life-saving strategies.
Right.
2024 is going to be a big year for you.
Big year.
It's going to be a big year in the Bullpen.
Yes.
And together we're going to help move your strategy forward, but we're going to start by saying what we need.
Right.
So tell the audience what you're looking for personally as a leader in this space, what your organization needs.
Yeah, so we know for being a late-stage company, we're preparing for who's going to champion it into the market. And so where we have our rights is we have rights in Japan, Taiwan, North and South America. And that's been my lead, is to bring in and find strategic partners. So people who can, companies that can chariot it across the finish line in Japan and Taiwan, which is where I've been focused a lot. And then ultimately finding commercial partnerships here in the U.S. And so finding those strategic partners as we continue our clinical development that our phase 1 is kicking off today for first patient, first visit. We're excited about that. Having those results.
Big deal.
Big deal for us. Yeah, so we're excited about that. And then that'll lead into our single phase 3 safety study. And yeah.
2024 is a huge year for you.
Yep.
I want to direct the audience to connect with Ashley. You can go to LinkedIn. Her last name is Prange.
Yep, Prang.
And you can also go to bullpen.ventures. You can go to the member hosts tab. You can find her profile. You can send her an email directly. You can ask her how to get involved. And strike up a conversation with just a tremendous leader. So thank you so much, Ashley, for being involved in the Bullpen, for taking on a really difficult job in society, and for just being an awesome person, awesome
Thank you
leader.
so much. Yeah,
and
pleasure.
with that, we're going to move on to our Israeli breakfast, and we're going to go get some breakfast
Absolutely.
upstairs
Yep.
and enjoy this beautiful day at the Yacht Club.
Yes.
Thank you,
Great.
Ashley.
Thank you,
Take
Christian.
care.
Okay.
Hey, my name is Sam Casey. I am founder and principal at Charlotte's Concord, and we're here at the Golden Gate Yacht Club with the Bullpen. It's a bit of a foggy morning, but I'm here with Sentil to learn a little bit more about Fance Biotech. Sentil, you were just telling me a little bit about your journey, which is incredible. Could you share that with our audience? What was your path to get here today?
Thank you. I'm Senthil Sambandam, CEO and founder of Fance Biotech. As I was telling him, I was a spine surgeon before this, and about early stage of 2020, I was hit with COVID and was in the ICU for about 2 to 3 weeks time. When I came out of the ICU, I felt, what am I doing? I should do something impactful. That's when I started Fance Biotech, along with my co-founder Khalid Iqbal, who is considered as a doyen in the science of Alzheimer's research. That's how we got together. Fance was born, and we started to work on Fance, which has 2 different molecules.
Very cool. And what was that transition like from being a surgeon to trying to figure out this somewhat confusing biotech world and trying to find a way to bring these types of therapies to patients?
Yeah, it's a good question because being a spine surgeon, you have a routine, you do everything up and front, you have a planned program. But when you become an entrepreneur, you are ready every day morning. You wake up in the morning at 6 o'clock, The only thing that keeps me going is that how much the drug is going to be impactful to the world, because there is no drug in the world right now that can actually reverse the disease. A lot of companies are working on drugs that only prevent the disease, not reverse the disease. Ours is the only drug that has proven to reverse the disease and as well as prevent the disease. So I'm very, very excited for that.
Yeah, Sentil, tell me more about that. Alzheimer's, I think, has been front and center over the past couple of years. A lot of high-profile molecules that have made it to market, but maybe some questionable efficacy in the clinic. What makes you believe that your molecule, that your therapy, it will have different outcomes for patients?
Yeah, I mean, the basic understanding about Alzheimer's is what we need to understand where we have gone wrong and where we can improve ourselves. That's life, right? So in Alzheimer's, there are three components. One is neurodegeneration, beta amyloid, and tau. The entire industry has been working on beta amyloid, reduction of beta amyloid in the brain, knowing that it has no effect on dementia. Now everyone is shifting towards tau. The major thing is neurodegeneration. So I usually compare this with a fruit. When a fruit gets destroyed, one part of the fruit gets destroyed, right? We siphon that part and then eat the rest, right? So when the whole fruit gets destroyed, what do? You tend to regenerate it. You put it into the soil and the plant grows and gets a fruit again. So we need to do something that actually regenerates the neuron. That's what our drug does. So what it does is it increases the environment in the brain to produce new neurons that helps in the regeneration part. Since because we work on the regeneration part, it is a completely different shift from what is being done. That's why we say that our molecule shifts from degeneration to regeneration. So we are very confident that it will help a lot of patients who have neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, traumatic brain injury, macular degeneration, stroke. All these indications has been proven in mice, and we have all the patents for it.
Wow. And is it a single molecule that is able to have efficacy in all these different disease areas, or is it a platform technology that enables you to do this?
So it's a single molecule that does it in all the different conditions. We have two molecules in the company. One is a small peptide, which is the molecule that does the regeneration part. We have an antibody, which is part of the complex as well. But antibody functions separately. It's a tau antibody. It reduces tau, but it also reduces beta amyloid. That also is a key in our portfolio, basically, because most of the tau antibodies existing till now only reduces tau. So this paper has been published and validated by multiple scientists that our molecule reduces both tau and beta amyloid. So we have two platforms, two molecules that work in two different streams.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
And looking forward, what does the path look like to get this molecule to patients? And especially in 2024, what does your journey look like?
So 2024 is going to be a key journey for us for couple of reasons. One, we are in the pre-IND phase. We have completed the mice studies. We are looking to start the primate studies and complete the primate to be pre-IND ready so that we can hit the phase 1 human trials by early next year. So as everyone in this industry knows, that first thing is needing a funding. So we are starting to raise our fund to complete both the molecules to IND or bring both the molecules to IND and phase 1. We are also looking at strategic partners who can partner with us, who can really impact multiple people, and also expand the team. This is the time where we want to expand the team to have a business development person who has a good connect with the investors as well as with the strategic partners like Big Pharma, so that in 2 to 3 years' time, we want to partner with someone who can really deliver the drug to the patient, and also a drug development scientist who can take a little bit work off the shoulder of my co-founder, Khalid Iqbal, who has been doing this research for the past 5 decades.
Amazing. Well, Sentil, in the Bullpen here, we have a mantra to try to help each other, help someone repeat. What is one way that the community here in the Bullpen and in the biotech community that could help you this year? What would be your ask?
Sure. Bullpen has been tremendous. I would say this is one of the communities that I have seen that people shoulder each other for each other problems as well as success. I mean, I would say I've been gifted to be a part of Bullpen. The ask is basically a couple of things, like as I said, to identify the drug development scientist and also a business development person who can help us go through the journey.
Amazing. Thank you, Sentil. It was great talking to you, and thanks to our audience.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hi, we're back. Dr. Jacques Trespicio, MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Kumar Malsalmi
Yes.
of Nuhi.
Yes.
So welcome.
Thank you.
So could you tell us how you got to this point?
Thank you, Jack. I'm Kumar Malsalmi. I'm a gastroenterologist. Having a personal experience of our family member going through chemotherapy, and she was asking for a personalized nutrition.
Okay.
And that's when I realized access to personalized nutrition for though I'm a care provider, that access was difficult. Though I was practicing for so long, every day being a gastroenterologist, people will be asking for a nutritionist and dietitian. Then I realized that it was challenging. Then when I keep talking to the people, I found out access to the dietitians in outpatient settings was challenging. That's when I formed this Nuhi, an innovative platform, first of its kind, connecting physicians, patients, and ancillary providers, starting with the dietitians, an innovation in access to care.
Okay. So you're a GI doctor?
I'm a gastroenterologist.
Gastroenterologist, and you'd been in practice for a while before this happened?
Yes.
And in terms of your perception of nutrition and diet, what was it as a practicing doctor before this happened with your family member?
Absolutely. I strongly believe in medicine. In addition to medicine, I'm a strong believer in food is medicine. We need to not, as a care provider, not only treating the disease, doing procedures or treating medications, we should bring in a holistic management options to the patients. And I feel food is an important aspect of it. Access to them by experts is what is needed. Though I give a vague advice to my patients, I think if given by the experts to my patients would be the best thing I can do to my patients.
Totally. So you had this person in your family who was suffering with malignancy?
Yes.
And then they were not able to get any dietary help?
Dietary help. And she specifically was asking about personalized thing, going through the chemotherapy, and she said that I can't taste anything. I want something which gives me pleasure, thing. And whatever we were trying to do, we were afraid of what it can do. So I wanted an expert access to the dietitians, and I couldn't get that. That's when I realized this is very important. And now so many people started getting that access, brings joy to me.
Absolutely. So then, and how was the transition between working as a doctor and then taking this initiative to create a platform to connect dietitians? That's a whole other skill set there. How was that transition for you?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm still practicing, and I have a busy practice. but this access to bringing additional service to my patients, and I feel I can impact more people by this digital platform. I feel very happy about it.
Very cool. And tell us more about Nuhi.
Nuhi, it is an innovative platform, first of its kind, connecting physicians, patient, and ancillary services, offering nutrition and dietetics as a service. It empowers the practices in bringing in additional services they can offer to the patients without them employing those services.
Wow.
With this challenging environment. And so we're just starting with the nutrition and dietetics, but we wanted to target other covered services so the practices can offer this to the patients.
So it's a cost-effective, low administrative overhead way
Yes.
to bring in this needed service for
The patients,
for patients.
exactly. No cost to the practices, and by offering the service, one is patient satisfaction and brings in additional revenue stream to the patient, to the practices.
The practice. And that's amazing. And where is it offered now?
Right now in California.
Very cool.
California, and I'm in Bullpen to now. It is time. The platform is ready, being used, and payers liking it. Practices, groups, and medical clinics are started using it, and there is a traction. Now I want to scale it up.
That's amazing. And what are you working on now? Like, what are you excited about for 24?
24, I'm so happy being a practitioner, coming into an entrepreneurial thing, starting the challenges of starting a company. 2 years back, I didn't know how it will go. Now I'm at a stage that I have a traction. Now it is time to scale it up. 2024, I'm very excited, talking to the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, getting scale up this platform so that more people I can impact more people.
Amazing. And then as far as the Bullpen, what's your ask of the Bullpen community?
This is the first company for me, a digital health company, and I wanted how can I help how can I scale up the company, scale up to take to the next stages, access to investors and access to health plans. How can they help me to get there?
Amazing. So if you want to learn more about Kumar or Nuhi, you can go to bullpen.ventures. His link in bio will be there. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for the opportunity. I really love this is a great. I'm enjoying Bullpen with all the connections and here. It's great. I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for the
Yeah,
opportunity.
we'll be right back. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despiciu of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Artem Trotsiuk of Longev VC. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Can you tell us how you got here, how you got to this point?
Sure. So, well, again, like super excited about the opportunity to just be here and talking to folks and learning more about the companies that are here. With what we're working on at Longevity, we're really tied into thinking about how to improve a person's overall well-being from both a therapeutics and a non-therapeutics angle, and thinking about improving health span and lifespan. So how can we have interventional diagnostics or anything that can help someone live longer, live better? What can be done on that side? And what we were doing on that side is simply working on it from a early stage startup angle. So investing in companies across the board, from pre-seed to seed to Series A, that are working in the space of improving health span and lifespan for the human being.
Okay. And you have a PhD also?
I did, yeah.
What's your PhD in?
I finished my grad school work at Stanford. I did my work in bioengineering and computer science, focused on wearable electronics for wound care and patient care, front-facing patient care.
Very cool. And how did you go from that to open to Longevity?
That's a great question.
What was the path?
One of the interesting parts of just being in the Bay Area is you're just surrounded by this opportunity bubble of just different people working on different things and startups and the startup ecosystem. And that was always something that interested me as a curiosity of what is this venture ecosystem. I moved here from Sacramento. I went to school at UC Davis, so I went down the Causeway and eventually got to San Francisco, to the Bay Area. And in doing my grad work, I saw a lot of folks in the biosciences doing startups. That interests me a lot, and that was what prompted me to explore the venture field. I worked on the investment side as well as the operations side to help companies scale, and then now we run the venture team out of the Swiss-based Longevity Fund.
Nice. And tell us more about Longevity in terms of you mentioned it a little bit before, but in terms of what you look for and what the mission or goal of the fund is.
Yeah, absolutely. Love companies that are building something unique, that are building something that's going to help people improve their mental health, improve their well-being, improve their ability to fight cancer, their ability to measure something more about their body that we haven't measured yet, their ability to intervene and improve their gut microbiome. We have companies in the portfolio that are improving the brain-gut axis. We have companies in the portfolio that are going to be revolutionizing the way that we're testing for pathogen identification and point of care, improving point of care. We're looking for improvement of mental health improvement through the ways of ketamine treatment. And one of our companies is in phase 2 trials now and looking at depression treatment with the use of prescribed ketamine. So it's a broad range. We're geography agnostic. We don't really care if you're in the Bay Area or Boston or abroad in Europe, as long as you're working on something interesting, something that is aligned with what we're interested in as well.
And you also do work with AI?
We do. So as part of my grad school work, I finished my master's in computer science, and then got really interested in the space of what is AI, another bubble in the Bay Area that is now much more well known and more talked about. Part of my PhD work I did, I integrated AI into our Smart Bandage as a means to, in real time, see what's going on with the patient and measure their wound and then offer them treatment options. And then I was curious about how that can be translated into something more broad and a broader context, and that's kind of how I got interested in teaching classes on AI, and then recently got involved with OpenAI with their forum. OpenAI has a forum which people from external groups, academia, and from just industry get to participate in discussions and chats and build a community in which we can make sure that we have a wide range of discussion topics to talk about, such that it's not just the engineers that are building, but also you have the social scientists and the people who are doing liberal arts and the people who are writers.
Wow.
And everyone can kind of discuss topics.
A wide range.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because you can't just build an algorithm without input from other people, particularly domain expertise. For example, your domain expertise probably would be very valuable to understand how to interface a ChatGPT function with a question and answer if someone might be asking how to deal with some sort of psychiatric disorder or something like that.
Exactly.
But the questions in which people will be asking and the responses that you get need to be verified by someone who actually knows what they're doing, and so that's kind of where the experts come in.
That's very awesome. And then, what are you working on now? Like, what are you excited about for 24?
Yeah, I'm super excited about just kind of this integration of large-scale data into the healthcare industry and just the overall using data as a means to do personalized medicine. I think there's been much more of a larger shift in terms of thinking about how to do that more, and how do we also protect patient privacy through means of cybersecurity and integration of secure firewalls into patient data sets, such that we can mine that data, but also make sure we preserve patient privacy and do it in an ethical manner as well.
Awesome. And then, in terms of the Bullpen community, what's your ask?
Would love to meet folks who are doing very unique, cool, novel things in the space of early stage biotech. We are always excited to talk to folks, and if I can be helpful with offering anyone any kind of connection or any kind of introduction as well, that can be something I can offer as well.
Awesome. So if you want to learn more about Artemis Tratsiuk or Longevity, you can go to bullpen.ventures. His link in bio and information will be there. Thank you. We'll be back. Thank you for being here. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Annalyn Torres Reveron of SIR 180 Therapeutics.
Yes, how are you? Good
Doing
morning.
well. Thank you for being here. So
Sure.
could you tell us your story and what got you to this point?
Sure. Thank you for having me. And SIR 180 Therapeutics is a small academic spinoff. And we are a Texas-based company, but we also work with colleagues down in Puerto Rico, where we do some of the preclinical research. I am a neuroscientist by training, and I have been established long collaborations with the two other co-founders of the company. Their names are Caroline Appleyard and Idalis Flores. Caroline is a pharmacologist and gastrointestinal physiologist, and Idalis is a molecular biologist. So we have been building, or if you want to put it, mixing, three unique disciplines to approach from a very different perspective a novel solution for women who suffer from endometriosis.
Wow. And,
Yes.
and could you tell us, so in your PhD was in what area?
So my PhD was actually in neurosciences and behavior. So I am quite familiar with also some psychological aspects. And as we know, women with endometriosis unfortunately go through a lot of pain, and pain that actually causes disruption of their daily lives. Many end up suffering also from anxiety and depression. Wow. And I think that's how it ended up coming into the group and mixing all these three disciplines together.
That's amazing. And then in terms of the company, so what led to you meeting the other two and getting involved in creating this SIR 180 Therapeutics?
Yes, that's a great question, and thank you for asking that. So I was in the academic world, teaching in medical schools and pharmacy schools for about 11 years. And when I was doing academic research, one of the compounds that we are developing right now, we use it to confirm a mechanism, a non-pharmacological mechanism. To our surprise, and I think that many discoveries in science happen like that, it worked much, much better than what we thought for endometriosis. Wow. We ended up confirming the mechanism, yes, but it also was a drug that is a disease modifying. So in that sense, we said, okay, that's
groundbreaking.
It is groundbreaking. It is challenging in the field, and of course, we also need more funding to get this forward into the women's health. So as one of those discoveries is what led us to found the company.
That's amazing. And in terms of what you're working on now in the company, like what are you looking forward to in 24?
Yes. So we have been receiving funding from the National Institute of Health. Wow. We got what is known as a STTR award, very similar to the Small Business Awards. In this case, we partner with an academic institution. And what we are looking for in 2024 is to do what is known as the pre-IND, or in pre-investigational new drug. Okay. We're raising in this at this moment $3 million to go from the preclinical arena into the doors of the FDA. So those $3 million are going to put us, hold that pre-IND meeting and also do a full IND submission. And we're looking to do that pre-IND by the summer of 2024, and then shortly after that, before the summer of 2025, do a full IND, and then start the clinical trials.
That's exciting. And in terms of the Bullpen community, what's your ask?
The Bullpen community has been extremely good for connections. I think that in connecting into those people that know who's going to be the right investor or the right partner for us. And sometimes, we have to think a little bit outside the box, right? We have to get outside of our comfort zone and also talk to people that might not be directly related to what we do, because perhaps they do have an idea or they do know somebody that can get us connected to the right people. One of my biggest asks is for the general investors community. We do need more funding for women's health.
Absolutely.
That I think is essential for 2024.
Absolutely. If you want to learn more about Annalyn and Torres Reveron,
yes,
and SIR 180 Therapeutics, the information will be at bullpen.ventures. You can go there and connect with her. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and we'll be back. we're back. Dr. Jacques Trespetri of SoHMD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Kristen King of Boston Harbor Angels. Great to have you here.
Thanks so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Could you tell us what got you to this point in terms of what you're doing today?
Sure. So I've been in the biotech, medtech field for probably 27 years and really found startups about 6 years ago and the Boston Harbor Angels investment group. I love this group. I really love supporting founders, and that's really the mission of Boston Harbor Angels. It's investing for a better world. We're industry agnostic, so we invest across all spaces. And it's just a fantastic journey to be able not only in biotech and health tech, but sustainability and fintech. And it's just a great group of people that really want to help founders and move things forward.
That's amazing. And before you started this Angels group, well, what was the work that you were doing? Was it in biotech? Was it in healthcare? Or
Sure. So I started my career designing stents for J&J. Wow. I'm one of the patent inventors on the drug-eluting stent, and then I moved to the dark side of marketing, and I got an MBA in marketing and finance, and I worked for Pfizer for a bit in marketing and really learned the ropes in big pharma marketing, and then moved back to med tech and loved Becton Dickinson. So I worked there a little bit on diabetes care, on med-surg. And then I had an opportunity to get into business development with an Australian company and helped acquire really awesome technologies and build out a burn and wound division. And then after that, came up to Boston to look for the next big thing, and I fell into the startup world. Wow. And I worked for a small startup for a bit to try to help connect them. I'm a good connector to the KOLs that I had in the burn world and teach them the ropes on commercialization. And then I found the investor world. So it's really a passion, and just jumped in, volunteered, and I'm doing that today. And then in my day job, I lead M&A for a cardiac arrest company. That's
amazing. And for the different companies you worked for before, what do you feel were the keys for the successes you saw there? Like these are very big, very successful organizations. Were there some patterns that you saw between things that did well clinically or in the marketplace?
Sure. It was all about really empowering people, really thinking beyond. I think growing up in J&J was wonderful to be number one or number two and don't be afraid to go out there, but also the training to do it right and the depth of really manufacturing, the whole 9 yards. So it was a nice beginning. And then the same thing for every different company. I think I was more of an entrepreneur, but always been able to have support to really go reach for the stars and connect across the aisles and to leverage synergies in big companies. So it's wonderful to do that in the startup and investor ecosystem as well.
Yeah, and as a follow-up to that, and you're seeing that experience in terms of the work you're doing with the Boston Harbor Angels, in terms of helping the groups that you connect with. Maybe you could tell us about first, what you're looking for in terms of the groups that you want to work with, and also how you help them succeed.
Sure. And I think really we are a boutique. We're coming up on 20 years in April. So I'm blessed to have found this group, and really a friendly group of folks that, being industry agnostic, we come across all different perspectives. So we have experts that really make up the membership, whether it's biotech, SaaS, fintech, real estate, consumer packaged goods, and each member brings a different skill set. And we're really driven to leverage that to help as these startups scale and actually form. There's no playbook. At J&J, all this training I had over the last decades, I'm grateful for, and try to just give back and really make sure we're so focused on the founders that they don't dilute themselves out of the game. Absolutely. And that they have smart money and realistic goals, and leverage the fact of folks that have started before me, all the deal structure and connections and syndications we've seen, and just pass it on.
So you're really able to give support, advice, and really help founders succeed.
Yes, that's really the core mission, is around the founders.
And for now, like, what are you working on now, and what are you excited about in 24?
Sure. So we have our top 10 list. We have some really game-changing startups that we continue to support in our portfolio that are making amazing differences in the world, as far as from student debt and helping to chase that down with Candidly, to respiratory infections, to regenerative medicine. I mean, there's just so many, to canned wine. That's Archeroos, that's endorsed by Elizabeth Banks. And I did not know that aluminum was sustainable.
Yeah.
So it's actually better than a bottle of glass wine.
Wow.
And then we're always open and we have incredible deal flow. And then just this week has been amazing on the technologies that are there. We're in Boston. So we do have physicians in our group. We have folks like me that come from biotech and a deep background, but then experts across all other industries. It's lovely to have that variety of a portfolio and just excited for the year to open up. And since we've been doing this for 20 years, we have great relationships that were built. We love to syndicate, co-invest with our friendly angels or with family offices. So really excited to push that forward.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And what's your ask of the bullpen and the community?
I'd say the ask the community is that if you see a fit and you really are looking for some advice, for some startup help and support, and our portfolio's up on the website, we're open for business, or a family office, or an angel group, reach out.
Awesome. So if you want to learn more about Kristen King and Boston Harbor Angels, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and the link in bio and information will be there. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks so much. Great
Yeah,
meeting you.
You too. And we'll be right back. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Desputri of Soho MD. You're at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Ben Noreen of Cell Drop Biosciences. Great to have you here, Ben.
Great to be here, Jacques.
So can you tell us what got you to this point in terms of the work that you're doing now?
Absolutely, yeah. So I did my PhD in chemical engineering, but I did most of my research in biomedical engineering applications. I looked at how cells interact with their microenvironment and how we can make them work better. And so this company is spun out of my PhD research at the University of Wyoming.
No way. So you went straight from, so did you go to a postdoc after your PhD, or you went straight from the work that you were doing during the PhD and you started this company based on that?
A little bit of both, actually. So I started the company during my PhD. I then, in order to pay the bills, got a industry postdoc position with mentor and dear friend Marnie Peterson out of Jackson, Wyoming. And during that time submitted for a National Science Foundation grant, SBIR. When we received that grant, I then ended my postdoc position and went full-time to Cell Drop.
That's amazing. And how is that transition going from being a scientist to, running a biotech?
Yeah, it's been challenging, but in the best ways. Yeah, I have been doing it now for close on 6 years, I think.
Wow.
So I'm getting better every day. But yeah, it's a challenging transition, but I think worthwhile because I love to learn, and it's been just such a learning experience.
That's incredible. And with Cell Drop Biosciences, so what does the company do? Like, what's the mission? What's
absolutely.
the focus?
So we are an off-the-shelf allogeneic cell therapy company.
Okay.
First in veterinary health and then human health.
Wow.
So we have technology that solves the two biggest problems with cell therapy right now. Number one, we are able to overcome the potential immune rejection of allogeneic cells. And we're able to keep those cells alive and localized at an injury site,
Wow.
which helps them to heal tissue better. We initially are developing an orthopedic application for performance horses, and that enables us to take a pretty challenging market of human healthcare and have an entry point with a lot of great preclinical data and cash in an animal health exit to then move to humans.
Wow. And so the work, so this material that you're making helps enhance, I guess, the biological structure to help with the healing process?
Yeah, it does. So stem cells act like a foreman, right? They signal endogenous cells and kind of tell them what to do, how to heal tissue. What our technology does is it helps those cells that we're putting in there to act as foreman to stay alive and keep talking to those cells for a sufficient period of time to heal tissue better. And like I mentioned, the immune system doesn't love when you put a third-party cell into an organism, right?
Yeah.
And so
it sees it as foreign tissue.
it sees it as foreign, and it can cause inflammation, rejection, that sort of thing. And so our hydrogel is inert. It hides those cells inside of it for a sufficient period of time that the immune system doesn't know they're there, slowly releases them,
Wow.
and because of that slow release, it avoids that rejection and inflammation.
That's pretty
potential.
amazing. So that's really going to help transform
Absolutely.
that area of healthcare.
Yeah, we see it as a major transformative technology, as well as the ability to produce an off-the-shelf therapy just in terms of commercialization. Really important.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And then what are you working on now, and what are you excited about for 24?
Yeah, absolutely. So we just received a phase 2 SBIR from the National Science Foundation, and we are spinning up our IND-enabling study in horses right now. So that's going to be pretty much all of 24 is getting that study done, getting that data, and then I'm kind of here at JPM looking for potential A-series partners when we have that data, and yeah, looking to raise for our clinical trial, and then yeah, bring that product to market.
That's awesome. And then as far as the Bullpen, the community, what's your ask?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my ask is, like I said, we are looking putting feelers out for potential A-series investment partners, looking for the right groups who are jazzed on this type of a transformative healthcare and our unique path to the markets. And yeah, also just looking for potential partners in manufacturing because what we're doing is new and exciting. The manufacturing doesn't necessarily exist. So we need the right partner to help us yes, with scaling that. And yeah, always looking for new connections and new relationships. Yeah.
Awesome. So if you want to learn more about Benmarine and cell drop therapeutics, cell drop biosciences.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right.
Got it.
It is a therapeutic.
Exactly. You can go to bullpen.ventures and his link, bio, and information and how to connect him will be there. We'll be back.
Thanks, Jack.
Yeah, great having you. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference, here with Caitlin Robeson of Cacti. Great to have you here.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Yeah,
It's
could
been
you
a busy 3 days of JPM.
Yeah, it's quite a chaotic scene here. But could you tell us what got you here to this point?
Sure. I have an interesting journey into biotech. I spent my career in the humanitarian field, but I saw a lot of unaddressed trauma there and chronic pain. And so my idea for Cacti was to bring two worlds that are typically siloed, psychiatry and psychology, with pain neurobiology, and try to address some of the underlying root causes of chronic pain. So I have this team that's a pretty interdisciplinary, multimodal team of pain neurobiologists and psychiatrists. And we're tackling a really complex problem, which is chronic pain. 1 in 4 people suffer with chronic pain, wow, and 1 in 10 are disabled by it. So it's actually a huge economic burden, and we know what's happened with the opioid crisis and all of that. It's been, it's a hard climate to innovate in pain, and yet that's exactly what we need. We need innovation.
Absolutely. And so could you tell us about the journey from, like where your training to starting Cacti? Like what happened there that inspired you or gave you,
Yeah, I was working with the
drive?
refugee population, and I saw a lot of PTSD, but manifesting as my stomach hurts all the time, my head hurts all the time, my back hurts. So it's manifesting as chronic pain. So I started looking into the research with the veteran community and PTSD with MDMA. And I was following their clinical trials, and they were going all the way through phase 2 at that time. Now they've gone through phase 3, and they've actually filed their IND package and are expected to get FDA approval in 2024 for MDMA with PTSD. Following that made me really curious, and I started a program. It was a year-long training program for psychologists to do the psychotherapy that's these medicines, psychedelics, are paired with psychotherapy for trauma healing. And so I went through this program, and I saw a lot of interesting opportunities, really, that, maybe these medicines could be developed in a way that better fits the medical model. So one of the problems with psychedelics is it's a long journey, and then it requires 2 therapists to do the therapy with the medicine, and that doesn't really fit our payer reimbursement system or medical model. So, talking with friends that are pain neurobiologists, what if we could develop drugs that are shorter acting, better fit the medical model? And that's what got me really curious, and then I ended up forming this company around let's do this better.
Wow, that's amazing. And so you're able to collect, you're saying, this group of experts to really kind of come together to solve the problem around pain.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
addressing it.
Yeah, and I've been able to pull a team of scientific advisors that are from some of the world's leading pain labs. And I even have a neuroscientist in Brazil who studies analgesic plants.
Wow.
And so now we're saying that cacti is really inspired by nature. What we developed, what we have our own IP on, is actually synthesized new chemical entities. So it's not a botanical. It's
Wow.
Not coming directly from the plant, and it's a program that we're calling. It's a platform actually of nociplastogens.
Okay.
And this is potentially a first-in-class drug family. We're allowing the neurons to repair themselves instead of masking them, numbing them, or even killing the neuron, which is the typical approach in pain.
And your group identified this
Yeah,
product. And
yeah, they identified this novel mechanism of action, and then we filed 4 provisional patents, and
Wow.
we started this program. So
Yeah,
we're early stages. We actually did all of this bootstrapping and then only raising $100K.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. As I've talked with other biotechs here at JPM, I'm now realizing how incredible it is that we already have in vitro and in vivo data on NCEs this early.
That's amazing. And in terms of what you're working on now, what are you doing? What are you excited about for 24?
I'm really excited about identifying some lead candidates out of this platform. I would love to get to 2 lead candidates in '24 and start them through IND enabling work. I'm excited to work with my scientific advisory board. They're wonderful human beings in addition to being brilliant scientists. And so I look forward to really exploring the entire psychedelic pharmacophores, but for pain. So most of the industry that's emerged in the last couple of years are looking at mental health as an indication,
Yep.
but our team looking at pain is going to be, really exciting and interesting.
That's amazing. And then as far as the bullpen and the community, what's your ask?
Well, I've really enjoyed working with the Bullpen because it's really a collaborative group that spans the entire ecosystem of biotech. So you can talk with other founders and learn from their experience, get encouragement because, it's tough being a startup and in this environment too, in this funding climate. It's been really hard. So it's been great to get encouragement from other founders. My ask of, I guess, this group and what I've been networking out here in JPM is really even beginning the conversations about partnering off assets to larger pharmaceuticals that are interested in a first-in-class drug, talking with investors who are really excited about innovating in the pain space. That's been really helpful too. But yeah, I think it's mostly just been networking and trying to get people excited about treating chronic pain in a different way too, because I think, most people it's like, oh, well, pain is just a given and it's too complex, it's subjective, and I'm trying to get people to look at it in a different way. Like we really can find better solutions than what's out there right now.
Yeah, you're doing some really important work. It's
Thank
pretty
you.
amazing. So if you want to learn more about Caitlin Robeson and Cacti, you can go to bullpen.ventures. The link and information will be on there. We'll be right back. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Trespitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Jojo Platt of Platt and Associates and Dave Single of PainVox. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so can you tell us what got you here? What's the background?
Well, there's this wonderful program by Bullpen, and they're working with California Life Sciences, and I met them at Bio on the Bayou, which is also a phenomenal resource for startups coming out of different parts of the country. We connected, and it was just, now for me as a local Silicon Valley, San Francisco person, when I saw this, I thought this is the best way to come to JPM. And I've been coming to JPM for a long time, but this is where I chose because, you know, you're getting a lot of support as a startup. You're connecting to the people who are really going to partner with you, potentially invest. So I gravitated to it.
Yeah. Very cool.
And I think for me, a huge part of what this field is all about is networks, neural networks, other kind of networks. And so networking in person is just as important. And you've created this amazing opportunity for us to network and expand our reach and impact.
Yeah, it's amazing what Christian has done as far as the Bullpen. And then in terms of the work that you're doing, so you have PainVox, but prior to PainVox, what was your journey that helped you create that company?
Well, I've been in many years of computation, imaging computation, medical imaging, AI and ML, actually multiple decades.
Wow.
And I often help startups coming out of universities to commercialize. So I wound up in this one out of almost necessity. I'm a chronic pain sufferer myself. We can never find the source of my pain. Actually, on painvox.com, you can see my ankle.
Wow.
And it's quite interesting. You'll see the pain is in a place that I never expected. I didn't tell them it was there, but they were able to pinpoint exactly where it's coming from, which has changed. Now I don't need to seek all these injections in the wrong spots.
Wow.
Treatments that aren't going to work. You know, basically they've been shots in the dark. Now we're using, you know, super advanced radiopharmaceutical technology to diagnose exactly where something's coming from. And it turns out with the hundreds of different treatments available, that if a doctor knows where to treat, they can almost cure the pain. And now my wife's in medicine, and she hates when I say cure pain.
Yeah.
She shouts, she's mad. But these patients are reporting a complete recovery from pain.
Wow.
Yeah.
And can you tell us a little bit more about PainVox?
So the company is a spin-out from University of Mississippi and Stanford. And Stanford has run 190 patients through trials with astounding results. These are patients who are told that you've got no, you know, at this point we've done all the surgeries we can for you. We still can't find your pain. It's in your head. Now you need to resolve and get to resilience, yoga, meditation, and things like this. They come to us and we're able to actually find, oh wait, actually it's not that, it's this little issue here. We need to take this lipoma out, or we need to do a synovectomy, or treat this disc, or this neuroforamen. And the results have been astounding.
So how does it work? I mean, if you can tell us, like, what are the things that? Yeah,
it's on. I mean, we disclose, and there are many papers on this on our website, painvox.com. That's with a V, VOX, short for voxel. It turns out there's a sigma-1 receptor, and you mentioned it when we were speaking just before this. You said it's the smallest unit available marker of pain, right? It's the molecular precursor to the nerve, the surrounding tissue or the nerve saying, I'm in pain. And so we have a ligand that has super high selectivity and sensitivity to that marker, and the genius founders behind this had the vision that we should make a radio tracer that would highlight where these are.
Wow.
They developed the drug. It was not easy. It was work starting several years ago, and they developed it to the point where it's now in patients, in trials. More trials are getting kicked off, and we're just, we're really looking to partner with people like JoJo and Neurotech Leadership Forum and the other organizations to figure out how we can use this to resolve really deep pain, like the pain that's hard to treat, the pain that's hard to find, and start addressing the opioid crisis.
And it's a massive need. Like this is going to be a true game changer as far as people with chronic pain who really have been so frustrated in terms of identifying the source.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. So Jojo, tell us more about your background in terms of, what led you to start Platten Associates.
Sure. So thank you for having me. I kind of fell backwards into this position, and we're discussing pain. I'm not a clinician. I'm not a scientist or an engineer. What I like to believe my impact on the field is that I have the ability to help people with the scientific and engineering backgrounds and help them translate their ideas into impact. And so for a lot of we're a young field, and taking ideas out of an academic lab and translating that, the leaders are incredibly capable and brilliant on the science and engineering side, but they maybe need a little bit of help understanding what are the things that they need to do, what do they need to look at in order to be successful and bring this out of a lab and into the market and into the hands of patients, so that we can take all of this research that's funded by our tax dollars and actually put it into action.
That's amazing. So you're providing them with resources and support in areas that they may not be as strong in. So they have the science, they have that part down. When it comes to the business, the growth, that's where you
Right. I
support them.
have a traditional business background, and so I like to say if it's not science, engineering, or taking out the trash, then I'm your girl.
Yeah. And in terms of the people that you work with, what are you looking for, and what do you see as the key factors that really help tell you that, wow, these guys are they're gonna be successful, and we could help them achieve that?
I tend to gravitate towards problems that have appeared in my life in some way or another, whether it's a loved one that was touched by Alzheimer's, somebody suffering from pain, or something that the founder's passion just really speaks through them and gets me excited. I do my best work when I'm excited by what the end result could be.
Mm-hmm.
And then working from there, no matter what stage they're in, to help them identify the best path forward. And sometimes it's with a platform technology, it could be we could pursue pain or neuropsychiatric disorders or Alzheimer's or epilepsy, helping them to identify what's going to be the most successful, impactful path to market, and then letting that first success lead to the second and third and fourth indication successes.
Wonderful. And can you tell us, in terms of Platten Associates, like what is it that it does?
If you figure that out, let me know. I'm very fortunate to have an exceptionally large network and work with some great partners. So Dave mentioned Neurotech Reports. We work closely together. We perform market research in addition to drawing the community together around actionable ideas on the business side. There are plenty of conferences that address the science and engineering, and I think what Jim Cavuto and Jeremy Koff and the whole team and I like to do there is really elevate the awareness of the business implications of what people are doing, and how do we engage with regulatory, how do we get involved early on with payers, highlighting the programs that are going to add to their success.
Wonderful. And Dave, if you can tell us what you're working on now, what you're excited about in 24.
We are very excited for 24 because we've licensed the technology. We are now building team and looking for resources, including grants and funding, to begin our FDA journey to commercialize. The proof of concept is in. People are excited. The academics are broadening it to multiple trials. We're looking at applications with visionary treatment providers. It could be neurostimulation. Jim Cavuto and Jojo, all the players there. You guys are leaders in that space. I want to partner with you guys to figure out how we can take our technology to extend the reach of these therapies from all the different kinds of therapies for pain. And I'm very convinced that things work much better when you select the right therapy for where the pain's at, the extent of pain, and things like that. And then the interesting thing is you can see afterwards, after treatment, that the pain is gone. The biomarkers go away, which is, so convincing to a patient then. So think of the patient in debilitating pain who, actually to their doctor who may be trying to convince the patient that there's an option for you here.
Yeah, so you have an objective measure.
Yeah, let's get this PET scan. instead of an MR, we'll order a PET MR, or instead of a CT, a PET CT.
Wow.
We'll see where the pain is. We'll treat you, and now we can start moving pain in the pathway of one of the other regular sciences where there's actually feedback. And I know this is something Jojo and Jim Cavuto are really focused on, that closed feedback loop.
Absolutely.
We want to support that.
Yeah, it's essential. And for you, Jojo, what are you working on, and what are you excited about for 24?
Gosh, there's any number of things, but I think I do want to capitalize on this sort of concept of closing the loop. That's something that I know, for instance, Saluda has a spinal cord stimulation offering for pain, and that they've made a lot of progress because they're able to demonstrate how they close the loop with ECAPs. To me, I think what closing the loop really looks like is making the invisible visible. We know that all of these things are connected, and what's been hiding from us for so long is that last little bit of the arc. And if we're able to use tools and create technologies and therapies that illuminate that last bit of freeway to close the loop, and really just, instead of calling it closed loop, maybe just saying now we have a full picture.
Totally.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the bullpen, the community, what's your ask?
Oh, my ask is, I feel very fortunate that this field is my family, and I think we do such a great job of supporting each other and offering up help and being comrades in arms, and knowing that our individual success contributes to our global success. And so just wherever we can, just go a little bit out of our way to help one another be successful, because it's not just us as business people, it's not just us as clinicians or engineers, it's all of us making an impact on people that we will never meet.
Absolutely. Well said. Dave, in terms of, for you, in terms of the bullpen in the community, what's your ask?
Well, I think Jojo said everything I would have said. It's just even better than I could have said it, so I won't repeat it. I would say that reach out to me directly. Don't hesitate. Dave@painvox.com. Call me up, whatever it is. We are ready to work with all the creative, motivated people out there to solve the pain crisis.
Great. So if you want to learn more about Dave Singal and Painvox and Jojo Platt, you can go to bullpen.ventures. The links and bios are there. Thank you. We'll be back. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Dave Cavuto. James Cavuto. Thank you. So James Cavuto, yeah. We're back. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference, here with James Cavuto of Neurotech Report. Great to have you here.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, so could you tell us your background, what got you here?
Sure. So I'm with Neurotech Reports. It's a publishing and market intelligence firm covering the neurotechnology industry, which we started 23 years ago.
Wow.
At the turn of the century. And seen some amazing progress in the industry. But we define neurotechnology as the intersection of electronics and other forms of communication with the human nervous system, whether that be the brain, the spinal cord, or peripheral nervous system, or neuromuscular system. And I've been covering the field for 23 years. We have a couple of publications in the space, and we also perform market research and have a couple of conferences, including the Neurotech Leaders Forum, which is in its 23rd year.
Wow. And so, so prior to starting the report, could you tell us like what led you to it? Like what was going on that made you inspired to
kind of a circuitous path for me, but appreciate the question. I actually was a biomedical engineering student at Case Western Reserve University in the early days. The field was very new, and there really wasn't a lot of opportunity for biomedical engineering graduates. However, there was a lot of demand at the time in tech and in aerospace, and I actually started, my first job was with Hughes Aircraft Company in Los Angeles. So I worked in aerospace, and from there, that took me into lasers, and I was the editor of a laser magazine for a couple of years, and then got really interested in some of the applications of lasers in reprographics. So I was kind of at the forefront of this whole electronic publishing boom. We called it desktop publishing at the time. This was in the 80s. I'm dating myself. Yeah. So I started a couple of publications in that space and did that for about 15 years.
Wow.
Got an opportunity to sell the publications. When I did, there was a 5-year non-compete, and I was ready to do something else. So I said, I wonder what's happening in biomedical engineering. So I went back to Case and met with my former professors who had gone on to become leading figures in the field of neural engineering.
Wow.
And I called it my Rip Van Winkle moment, because 20 years had gone by and I wanted to see what had happened, and a lot had happened. And I said, wow, I want to start a publication. And they said, we'll help you. So they hooked me up with a new assistant professor by the name of Warren Grill, who's now at Duke University and one of the leading researchers in the field. And we started a publication called Neurotech Business Report, which is in its 23rd, I guess it's now our 24th year, right?
Wow.
Because it's January.
And in terms of neurotech, what's been so exciting about the area of the field
over
the years?
What's been so exciting is just seeing the range of different disciplines or different disorders that have been able to be helped by neurotech therapies, ranging from psychiatric disorders to pain. I know you had a good conversation with Dave about pain, and pain is certainly one of the drivers of the neurotech industry, but many others, from bowel and bladder disorders to respiratory disorders. So it's really a range of technologies that can help just a wide swath of people.
And in terms of the work that you're doing now and for 24, what excites you the most?
I get probably most excited about advances in neuromodulation for psychiatric disorders, just because it's such an unmet need. there's a disorder called treatment-resistant depression, and this is a a disorder that is really debilitating, and there's a large percentage of people with this disorder who aren't helped by pharmaceuticals, aren't helped even by cognitive behavioral therapy and other approaches. And so neuromodulation has come along, different forms, non-invasive therapies using magnetic stimulation to experimental deep brain stimulation. I think I mentioned to you Dr. Helen Mayberg at Mount Sinai Medical School, and she's one of the leading investigators. There are others, but basically trying to trace the pathways in the brain, the depression circuit, if you will, and find out where there's aberrations and how can we use neuromodulation to correct those neural circuits that have gone bad.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And in terms of the bullpen community, what's your ask?
Well, we just want to spread the word and really hopefully let the biotech community and the pharmaceutical industry know that there's this new range of technologies where the new doses, if you will, are not pills, but maybe they're bursts of electricity. There's a branch of medicine we call bioelectronic medicine, and this really represents kind of the intersection of traditional pharmacology with neuromodulation, and so how it might differ a little bit from traditional neurotech is that we're using neuromodulation and similar approaches to treat disorders that are not necessarily nervous system disorders, not CNS disorders. So for instance, a respiratory disorder, a bowel and bladder disorder, or hypertension. So there's a lot of interesting new therapies that are either alternatives to or can be used in conjunction with pharmaceutical therapies. So yeah, I guess the ask would be to, take a look at what's available, and of course, if you're interested in subscribing to one of our publications, we'd love to have you visit our website, which is www.neurotechreports.com.
So if you want to learn more about James Cavuto and Neurotech Report, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and the link in bio and information are there. Definitely subscribe. Thank you for being here. We'll be right back.
Thank you very much, Chuck.
Yeah. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Jaspitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at JP Morgan's healthcare conference. And I have Phil Ebner here from JP Morgan. Great to have you here.
It's good to be here. Glad to be a part of the Bullpen.
Yeah, absolutely. So can you tell us what brought you here or got you here?
Yeah, so I run the Midwest Life Science Middle Market Banking team for JP Morgan, and obviously this is our Super Bowl. So yeah, we're all here. The whole team's here. In fact, I think it's a little over 3,000 JP Morgan employees. So
wow.
It's just a pretty cool event for the entire life science ecosystem and healthcare ecosystem, for that matter.
Yeah, it's amazing. It really is the nexus for so much activity in this space.
It is, and it's really fun because I've obviously got clients here from the Midwest, but I also meet so many people globally that come here. The Australian contingent that came, and that's part of the Bullpen, and a lot of Scandinavian companies. So it's pretty cool.
That's amazing. And then in terms of your story, like how did you get into the life sciences and into the this sector?
Well, I was a wannabe doctor.
Yeah.
And when I went to school, I was an athlete in school, and when I went to my counselor, they pretty much told me I wasn't getting into med school.
Yeah.
So I became a finance major, but so I found the best utilization of both worlds. And I was fortunate enough to have, sitting in Minneapolis, I was fortunate enough to have a lot of med device companies that I knew C-level people, and just kind of evolved into the space, to be honest with you. And it's I'm still learning every day, but it's such a fascinating space.
That's amazing. So you really have created this environment in the Midwest for life sciences.
Yeah, I mean, I say, and I think a lot of people would agree with me, particularly in Minnesota, that it's kind of the Silicon Valley of med device up there.
Wow.
With Medtronic and Boston Sci, and just there's so many offshoots and startups up there in the med device space, as well as contract manufacturing to build those devices. So.
And why do you think JP Morgan's been so helpful for these companies in terms of helping them, realize their vision, their potential, and really, succeed in the marketplace?
Well, the bottom line is these engineers, scientists, doctors, what have you, are great innovators, great developing new devices, new technologies, but what they may not have is business expertise or business skill set. And I think when they bring us into the mix, it really helps them go from A to Z. I like to say we want to be your growth partner.
Totally.
You are great at what you do, but you may not understand, okay, here's an avenue that I got to go down. Have I talked to certain strategics? Have I done certain things that help me grow?
Yeah, that's amazing. And then in terms of, 24, like what are the things you're working on now? What are you excited about in this coming year?
I think you're going to see one of the exciting things that I'm very bullish after this week so far. It's not over yet, but I'm seeing a lot of activity in the capital markets that's going to come down the line. I think specifically in life science and healthcare, you're going to see more possible public equity activity, some M&A activity. In fact, Boston Sci just bought I think it was Monday, bought a urology device company. So we're starting to see some activity, which is good, and that's going to have a trickle-down effect to the private markets with capital, and that'll also help the funding of private companies as well.
That's awesome. And in terms of the Bullpen, you've been such a big supporter and part of making this all happen. What are your hopes or wishes for the community?
Yeah. In full disclosure, it's kind of gone beyond my hopes. Or what I've thought of. When Christian and I were talking about it a few years ago, it was really let's get 25 people in Minnesota together and help them navigate the conference and help them grow. And now, I don't know the numbers. I know it could be over the 1,000 mark. But I think ultimately, Christian and I are both believers of a rising tide raises all ships. I know it's a cliche, but it's true. And we're here to help. I personally, I will accept any call. It may not be the most timely this week, but I'll accept any call from a Bullpen member and try to help them as much as I can. And that's really the objective of it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So Phil Ebner from JP Morgan, if you want to find out more information, you can go to bullpen.ventures. His link and bio are there. thank you for being here.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for doing this. This is fabulous.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll be back shortly.
The new year is here and it's time to get fired up for living well. With Vital Choice's subscription options, we make it easy to add naturally sourced food to your meal routine. Vital Choice. Come home to real food.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Trespitri of Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Maria Luisa Pineda of Envisagenics. I got that.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Good, good. Excited to be here.
Yeah, great to have you here. Could you tell us your story and what got you to this point?
Yeah, a little bit about me and what I'm doing here. I'm currently the co-founder and CEO of Envisagenics. We are an AI drug discovery company trying to identify novel therapeutics by using RNA splicing. And I'm also secretary and co-founder of the Alliance for Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare.
Oh, no way. That's amazing.
Thank
Well,
you.
let's take a step back. So you have a PhD?
Correct.
And what was your PhD in?
In biological sciences out of Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory
Okay.
in New York.
Okay.
So,
And what was the progression between that and starting Envisagenics?
so since I moved from Columbia, I realized I was really, really good at getting my own funding for research in my school, and then grad school. And afterwards, when I got my PhD, I really wanted to figure out what to do with it, and started building a team in New York. It was like, what can I do with a PhD? And from there, I was interviewing and inviting people that had PhDs. And out of everybody I met, there was one that was an entrepreneur. I didn't even know what that meant. So he was now a VC. He had just sold his company for almost $1 billion, 989 million.
Not bad.
Not bad. PhD out of computer science out of Chicago U. And I said, oh, how does that work? And he said, well, why don't you come and intern with me as a VC and learn about it. So I did that for a few years after my PhD, and that's when my co-founder and our professor, Adrian Craner, called that the RNA therapeutic that they were working on was saving children's lives.
Wow.
So I decided to spin out the technology and start Envisagenics.
Amazing. So, and tell us more about the company.
So we use a lot of machine learning algorithms and use RNA sequencing from the human genome, identify RNA errors in patients, and then take those errors and develop therapeutics for those. So then we can fix them, increase the protein production, increase and save people's lives. So we can, do it faster, better, more personalized. Been doing this for now almost 10 years.
Wow. So you've really been at the cutting edge of this kind of work.
Yeah, there was no industry back then.
Wow. And then in terms of this organization, you said you're the secretary of which organization?
The Alliance for Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare,
Okay,
the AIH.
Okay, you want to tell us more about that?
Yeah, so it's a policy group that many of the startups and our pharma partners and some academic institutions, we decided to start around 4 years ago, so we could really be at the forefront of our own industry. How do we use AI to accelerate drug development to in healthcare and save patients' lives, and really work with the policymakers so we can help them, educate them, and really grow this industry. And I will say as a group, so we can know what the standards, what the policy, what the families, what the foundations, what everybody, every single stakeholder need and require, so we can really do our job better. And instead of competing, actually get together and work as a team, as a one unit. So that's why all the AI in healthcare startups got together, and we're almost 50 now.
Wow.
Mhm.
And it's amazing how fast AI has been moving, and just, it's like the technology is ahead of the policy and just the understanding of the impact.
Yeah, correct. And I think that was the premise of we are ahead of the curve. We are the key opinion leaders. We should be working with all the policymakers, Congress, Senate, not only in the States, but in Europe, North America and Canada, even in Asia, because, diseases are global. And, all of us are from somewhere in this world, but we're all trying to, help and generate therapeutics for patients. So if we all get together that are doing AI and really help the policymakers around the world to standardize, to really ethically move the needle together, it makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. And is it localized to New York, or is this a national and international?
It's international.
Wow.
So our office is in New York. But again, the co-founders span from everywhere. So from Alex, from in Silicon Medicine in China, to Roche, that is in Switzerland. Are one of our co-founders in Toronto in Canada, Cyclica, who was just acquired by Recursion, who is in Utah. and from founders from here, from Stanford, in San Francisco. So it really spans from across the globe, just everybody that's doing AI in healthcare.
It's amazing. And back to Envisagenics. So in terms of what you're working on now for 2024, what excites you?
What excites me, it's that my science works, to be honest with you.
That's amazing.
The platform, we're able to go from analyzing, data from patients all the way to now our novel epitope and compound in a matter of less than a year. So now we can work with pharma partners, and they could then partner with us to take our compounds into the clinic together, because it is a team sport. So really work with pharmaceutical companies so we can leverage my platform and then develop therapeutics so we could get in a year, 2 years into the clinic, so we could really make a difference in patients' lives.
Yeah, the impact is going to be huge. I mean,
Correct.
this is a whole new way of approaching this kind of work.
Yeah. More precise is identifying the right targets, the mechanism of action, the right population that have and can benefit from that therapy, then design the compounds around that, target itself. So it will change the paradigm of how compounds have been developed. First, rationally design it and identify the patient population. So every single one of my, therapeutics or assets have and we'll have a companion diagnostic, because we will be able to identify the patients, give it to them, and be able to get into the clinic a lot faster and sooner, which is what we all want.
That's amazing. And then as far as the bullpen in the community, what's your ask?
I am looking for pharmaceutical partners that are interested in innovating. And, the bullpen, it's identify other CEOs and other co-founders, because we all have the similar issues, even though we don't have the same companies, and others that want to join the Alliance for Artificial Intelligence in Healthcare, the AIH, so they could join us and help us drive policy. If you're using AI, come join us. It's a great organization, and you're with all the key opinion leaders in our field. So kind of, if you want to help me grow my company, great. If not, come join us at AIH so we can change the world together.
That's amazing. So if you want to learn more about Maria Luisa Pineda's business, Envisagenics, and the AI organization, you can find her link in bio at bullpen.ventures. Great to have you here. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks for having me.
And we'll be back.
and in the last 3 years shifted towards more my background education, which is more towards biotech. It's been a wonderful journey. I can't say that I planned any of it. As we say, life happens when you're busy making other plans.
Totally.
But I was fortunate enough to meet talented people and utilize the gifts that I was born with, I guess. And it's a mix of 90% luck and 10% of skill, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so is, in terms of the company you sold, is the work that you're doing now at Pepticom, is it the same, similar to that, or is it totally pivoted
actually,
into something else?
Yeah, actually not. With Pepticom, I'm actually on the advisory board, so I work very closely in the last 3 years with the founders and with the executive team. What Pepticom does is revolutionary AI machine drugs. They are much more cheap, cost-effective, and bring better therapeutics to patients with less side effects, hopefully. And that's the vision of our company. We're currently more in the immunology space, but we have obviously plans to expand into oncology as well. The company is based out of Israel, Givat Ram in Jerusalem. An amazing team of people, very driven, and with a clear mission to improve patients' lives.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing the power of peptides, in terms of the therapeutic modality.
Definitely. Definitely. I think this has been a challenging space in general, but the peptides are actually bringing a special possibility and unlock a vast chemical space that allows us to discover drugs that we couldn't discover before. So I bring the analogy of the Webb telescope and what it did to space. This is actually what Pepticom is doing to drug discovery.
Yes.
We are the technology that unlocks that space and enables us to find those drug or very far planets that we couldn't see until today. So this is what we're doing.
You're enhancing the resolution of the work.
We are enhancing the resolution, but we also design, we have developed a library of over 600 building blocks that enable us to design and discover those drug candidates. Yes.
Amazing. And then with 1010 VC, could you tell us about that in terms of the mandate and kind of companies that you're looking to work with? And
yeah. So 1010 VC is a work product of my recent 4 years where I've shifted into the investment space. So I'm also an angel investor, been part of a different fund in my past, with the aim to build a fund, $100 million fund for solving problems in biology space. So the idea is to bring over 100 million to invest in bioconvergence.
Nice.
And fund great teams that build the revolutionary products of tomorrow and in the biotech space and also in deep tech.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And then in terms of your work with AI?
Yeah, so I've joined the board last summer of the AAIH, and this is an amazing group of people from over 55 companies. Some of them are big pharma, like Roche and Bayer and Tulane School of Medicine, Johns Hopkins, Rice University, Recursion, and Pepticom is also part of the alliance, with the aim to advocate for responsible and ethical adoption of AI in healthcare and life sciences. And I know it sounds very altruistic, yet very much needed these days, especially with the fast progress in the AI space, and also the knowledge gap with the policymakers.
Totally.
So we do a lot of work. We have a data working group that publishes white papers together and basically envisions what should be the regulation of tomorrow. And together with that, we're pairing it with policy work, bringing those ideas and that vision to the policymakers, if you want to call it.
Awesome. And then in terms of what you're working on now, what excites you for 2024 in terms of Pepticom, 1010VC, or the AAIC?
Yes. I think that as a person that wears a lot of hats, it's always challenging on one hand to be understood. At the same time, I'm very happy and fascinated with my everyday or day-to-day life because I get to work with amazing people, and also get to come across and be part of processes and companies and groups of people that are changing the life of medicine and healthcare of tomorrow. So I'm very passionate about what AI and machine learning is going to bring to healthcare specifically, how it's going to improve not only on the level of the infrastructure, but also on the patient adherence side, enabling increase in the standard of care for patients, especially in remote areas, right? This is a very common problem we have in the United States. We don't have enough physicians, right, to treat the patient population. So 9 out of 10 hospitals in the next 5 years will be implementing a sort of AI in their system. And on the science side, I think that the tools that we're building today, we have AlphaFold, we have so many other tools that are being built, is going to advance science exponentially. So I think we live in a very interesting period, an era of time, where we have this amazing, what I call resource pool that we can tap into. And this is the Renaissance period of biotech and bioconvergence.
Totally.
And hopefully we can take and utilize these tools because at the end of the day, they're tools and we're the ones using it. So I think what I want to invest my time in the near future is bringing humanity to a place where we are better at using these tools. And when I mean better is more ethical and use it in the right and proper way. And at the same time, seeing everything coming together and growing exponentially this field of biotech and healthcare
that's wonderful.
To a better place.
And then in terms of the Bullpen, what's your ask of the community?
I think the Bullpen is an amazing community. I've came across it a few times, and I was very fortunate to be invited here. I'll be happy to give to the community. So if it's anything from my expertise and connections and knowledge, and at the same time to receive the same thing, which is get to know great people. And help the companies that I'm working with, and especially the Alliance. With Pepticom, we're about to raise a B round, a $50 million B round. So we're very excited about that. And meet great people. That's because it all comes down to people, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if you want to connect with Dr. Sarah Benson-Conforti, Pepticom, 1010VC, or the Alliance on AAIH,
Yes.
then you can go to bullpen.ventures, and the link and bio and information are there. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. This was wonderful.
Yeah, and we'll be right back.
Take care.
I came with a target for him to work on. We actually bought the peptides that we synthesized out of our own pocket money.
Wow.
Tested them and they worked. So that was the beginning of the journey. And then a few years later, we actually established the company. And so I'm the CEO and co-founder. And it was an extremely exciting and interesting journey since.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let's take it a step back. So you're doing conventional research, and you were seeing like inefficiencies in the system, and then you thought of ways that you could use machine learning to help expedite some of those key areas.
Yes. So specifically in peptides, and when you look at peptides as drugs, you would see that insulin was celebrated. It's maybe 102nd verse, like used as a drug. It's unbelievable. Saved so many millions of lives.
Totally.
But when you look at peptide drugs, you see that almost all of them are derivatives of natural peptides in our bodies. So it was almost impossible to discover completely novel peptide-based drugs until very recently.
Wow.
Because there were no tools to search the chemical space, actually. So that changed with some technologies that came through in the 90s and the early 2000s, but still were very, very problematic and took a long time to translate. So we thought that bringing computation into the game, and not only computation, but also playing with a much larger chemical space. So you have the 20 natural amino acids that build all of our proteins, that they are very efficient when they're incorporated into large proteins, but as far as drugs, when you're talking about small peptides, they are much less efficient. They have a lot of problems. They degrade.
Absolutely.
So we incorporated many non-naturals as well. So that gives us a lot of flexibility as far as tailoring the right solution for a specific indication target that we would like to address.
And so you're a scientist. You came up with this solution. How was the transition over to being a business leader and how to commercialize this idea?
Yeah. First of all, there are vast differences between business and academia. I think I feel very fortunate to be able to understand the science because it gives you, I think, a very interesting perspective on how things actually work. Obviously, in the end of the day, in business, you need to be extremely focused on reaching, the goals that you set and were set by, the leaders and the shareholders of the company. And I think that there are many very positive things about, working in this manner, because you can take some idea which is very revolutionary from academia and really focus resources and very, very talented people in order to get to something that can actually be then used by patients, which is, the end goal of all of this, what we are doing in Pepticom. So it's very exciting. In academia, you have other things that are, very interesting. You can play more with the science, but it's very difficult to translate or even impossible in academia. So I'm very fortunate, I think, to have seen both
sides
worlds. Yeah.
And in terms of Pepticom, if you could tell us a little bit more about the focus and the mandate, and in terms of what you're focusing on as a company.
Yes. So first of all, we are located in Israel, in Jerusalem, in the high-tech village. It's within the campus of the Hebrew University. It's a very nice place. We are a small company. So when we came out of academia, we had this, beginning of a platform. And we understood quite rapidly that probably the best way, because the resources are always limited, to move forward in our case would be to continue working on the platform but focus on a vertical project. So we started working on inhibiting a molecule called IL-17. It's very important in plaque psoriasis. The reason we did that was because we wanted to, to have only the risk of actually being able to translate and bring a new molecule, a novel molecule, from Pepticom, and not be involved with all the other risks of maybe a new target that would fail.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because basically we were limited with resources, and I think it's a good thing because it gave us a lot of focus.
Yeah, you wanted to minimize risk in your first attempts here.
Obviously, we always, we work on the platform. We add very important aspects of predicting how well the molecule would work in, as far as it's developed. So we add more and more things, but for us it was very important to actually show a molecule that works because there's a lot of promise, I think, in AI and drug discovery. But I think that the biggest proof is actually showing the chemistry that works and is novel. So we were fortunate to have 2 chemical series that are very novel. I mean, they don't look anything like molecules that were discovered before. And we're optimizing them for drug candidates, and I'm very excited because you actually see something that comes out
clinically significant. Like that's groundbreaking work.
So we are not in the clinic yet,
but you can see the potential in terms of the clinical.
And I think that's that's part of actually bringing the promise of AI. So we see how we move a step closer to the goal, and it's very exciting. And there's nothing more exciting for from the scientist in me to see that actually the chemistry actually works, and it works very well, and we can tweak it because there are some isoforms in IL-17, so we can hit a few and the way we would like to inhibit them. So that's very exciting, and it's also you see the connection with the business side because there's a lot of knowledge showing and data showing that exactly what kind of isoforms you should and shouldn't inhibit, and you can actually translate it via the AI. Yes, very interesting.
And getting a predictive model that you can then put into real testing.
Yes, that's, I think, really interesting.
And in terms of what you're working on now, what excites you for 2024?
So we would like to bring these molecules, at least to have more than one drug candidate that we can actually then push forward very rapidly. I think that would be a great goal for Pepticom. And we would like to expand our pipeline, taking some targets that are even more challenging and start working on them. I think that would be great.
That would be great. And then as far as the bullpen in the community, what's your ask?
So first of all, I'm very happy to be part. Getting to know the ecosystem, see if we can have some collaborations or interactions with the professionals here. We would love, we know the Israeli ecosystem very well, and we would love to help make connections. And if any of the network needs any connection with Israeli companies, professors in academia, things like that, we would like to have.
Awesome. And if you want to learn more about Emmanuel Lerner and Pepticom, you can go to bullpen.ventures. The link in bio will be there, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Same here. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Corey, now I'm blanking. Podesky, thank you. Corey Podesky of Donaldson. Thank you for being here. So can you tell us your journey and how you got here?
Sure. So a bit of a random journey. I started my career as an architect, designing high-end homes and city plans, and then eventually changed into consulting through business school. I was a consultant for 7 years, wide variety of different project types, really generalist strategy, trying to build a really strong foundation in business. A few years ago, I got into life sciences when I joined 3M, working in their healthcare business and also helping on life sciences strategies and things like that. And for the past 3 years, I've been at Donaldson Company. We're a strategic acquirer that's historically an industrial company that's been looking to get into life sciences, biopharma.
It's amazing. And what led to the interest in shifting into life sciences earlier on?
You know, honestly, it was just kind of opportunistic. I had never really planned to get into life sciences, but I got put on a project around life sciences strategy at 3M and started to dig in there, and then moved over to the healthcare business, and from there it just kind of has gone like dominoes from that point.
That's amazing. And from your perspective, how has the healthcare sector changed since you first got into it?
You know, I think watching how fast things are moving and how quickly we're going from established processes and established technologies to kind of the new frontiers and new modalities in biopharma has been really exciting. And, you know, for my company, we've done a lot of strategic acquisitions the last couple of years and, you know, bringing to world new technologies that are going to help bioprocessing. And I think it's just exciting to see how much is still coming. And then this year, I'm here in San Francisco at JP Morgan. I've met so many interesting companies that are working on even more exciting stuff. So really excited to see what's to come.
That's amazing. Could you tell us about Donaldson?
Yeah, Donaldson. So it's over 100 years old. Traditionally, it's been doing filtration for heavy-duty machinery and other industrial applications. So with our starting point as a filter company, we thought that entering biopharma, where there's a lot of downstream filtration, was a good place to us to invest in organic activities and also acquisitions. Over the past 2 years, we've done 4 acquisitions, 2 in the cell culture space. Solaris Biotech out of Italy. They do a broad range of bioreactors that go into biopharma applications, but also cultivated meat and other biomaterials and life sciences. And then Univercells Technologies was our most recent acquisition. They have an adherent bioreactor business that helps grow viral vectors. In addition, we've done 2 more early stage acquisitions for Purilogics and Isolere Bio. Both are chromatography platforms, one aimed at nucleic acid purification and one aimed at viral vector purification. Wow. And what's been exciting is how fast we've been able to go, but the potential we have to combine those technologies that all have really measurable manufacturing benefits to potential customers.
It's fascinating. So it looks like you're doing infrastructure plays, so like foundational pieces that other companies can use in terms of their pursuits.
Yeah, that's right. We're trying to essentially disrupt established processes in biomanufacturing by bringing, like I said, technologies with measurable benefits to potential customers, whether it's processing faster or more productivity, higher purity, higher cell titers in the bioreactors, things like that. That's what we're really interested in at Donaldson, our disruptive technologies and leading with innovation.
Yeah, that's pretty genius in terms of that approach. And then in terms of the companies that you've looked at, what do you feel are the factors that help them succeed? Like in terms of like, is there a common theme or are there patterns that you see in the ones that seem to do well?
Well, we're still really early on in our journey, and I think some of our acquisitions are just now launching some of their products, or have launched a few years ago and are just starting to gain market traction. I think as a strategic acquirer, adding that history and that capital surety of a public company is really helping them get to market as well. So I think it's the combination of an established player, even if it's in a different industry, with more of an emerging technology that allows customers to feel more comfortable making that bet.
Totally.
And things like that.
And are there factors in terms of a profile of a company if they, if they're, what would be, how would they know if they're the right fit in terms of talking to you?
Absolutely. So as a filtration company, our starting point is there, but we've expanded our aperture slightly because there's not a ton of filtration companies out there. I think for us, we're looking for companies that are in bioprocessing that are again adding a differentiated value to customers when they're making their drug product. We've been focused on new modalities. That's where we think we have the best place to enter and win. and where there's enough newness to actually enter as a new player. So we're interested in acquisitions. We're interested in partnerships as well, and also customers where they are looking for solutions to their toughest problems.
That's amazing. And then, what are you working on now? What excites you for 2024?
Yeah, I mean, I think for 2024, what's super exciting is we're launching a lot. We have a lot of product launches on the horizon, both from our acquisitions, but also from some of our organic investments, which we think are going to be really great for our company moving forward. And in addition to that, have had a ton of great meetings and exploring new partnerships on how we can bring a better ecosystem to bear for our company.
Amazing. And then in terms of the bullpen in the community, what's your ask?
So my ask, if you have a technology that you think would fit well with Donaldson, would love to meet you. Or if you're a potential customer and want to try out some of our recently acquired technologies, happy to set up some conversations and go from there.
Awesome. So Corey Podesky of Donaldson, thank you so much for being here. You can go to bullpen.ventures to get his link and more information at bullpen.ventures, and we'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Nathan Intrator of Neurosteer. Yeah. Great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so could you tell us your journey, how you got here?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was a professor for many years of computer science and neuroscience, doing the more standard EEG and fMRI to understand, to basically analyze the brain. And then I realized that a method that I learned signal processing while I was at Brown University is actually very useful. And it may change the way we look at EEG. Basically take this signal, this 100 billion neuron orchestra, and analyze it in a new way. And that's what I started to do. Luckily, I was already a full professor because my colleagues thought I'm crazy, that I'm going to go down to just 3 electrodes instead of everyone else that's going up for more and more electrodes. But I said, well, now that I'm a full professor, I can do whatever I want, so I'm going to do that. I developed it for a few years in the university, and when I realized that it actually works, I took a break and I left the university to commercialize it.
So you figured out while you were doing your work that just you can get enough data out of just 3 electrodes that was meaningful.
Yeah. Let me give you the analogy. It's very simple. We can sit in an orchestra room and listen to the whole orchestra with a single ear, and we decompose then the different musical instruments in our brain. We don't need to put a microphone next to each musical instrument in order to hear them. And that's exactly what I'm doing to the brain. So I'm listening with a single EEG channel to the big portion of the frontal part of the brain and until kind of around here. And each functional neural network has something that's akin to a musical instrument.
Wow.
And that's what we're doing.
That's amazing. So you're able, through resonance, through the synchrony that's happening in the brain, you're able to see distinctive signals out of just those couple of leads.
Exactly. So we decompose that single signal into 120 different components.
Wow.
And they appear to be in correlation with different functional neural networks. And when I realized that, I felt I have to leave and commercialize
pursue this. And how is the transition? So you're a scientist, you're doing research, you're doing all this work, and then you're trying to commercialize it. How did that process go for you?
So somehow that virus of commercialization was in me before. That was kind of the third company that I'm involved in. I was involved in, all of them are doing biosignal processing. One was asthma, kind of analyze the wheezing. And one is analyzing the heart activity of fetals in the womb, which is a challenging problem. So that was not so new to me, but definitely it's a change. It's a change. In terms of the signals, I've been dealing with signals all my life, so there was not a big difference. That was actually what I know. But to jump into the water of being an entrepreneur is challenging and exciting.
And tell us about Neurosteer.
So Neurosteer, that is developing this to commercialization, is basically developed this little device, this little patch on the forehead, which is
just on the forehead.
That's it.
Wow.
Okay, just this little patch. So we reduce the cost of the EEG device to a minimal cost, and we really like to call it as an enabler to the service that we're going to provide. And the algorithms are the key in the company, the signal processing, and then the AI on top of that. And what we appear to be competing with is with the big scanners, which sounds crazy, but that's really what it is. Those big scanners are the ones that are currently the standard of care in detection of, or in early detection of Alzheimer, Parkinson's, Lewy body dementia, vascular dementia, etc. And that's the path we are taking. Of course, one at a time, because we cannot do everything at once. We are focusing right now on Alzheimer and also on Parkinson's as the first 2 verticals.
And are you seeing this as something that helps on the diagnostic side or the monitoring side with the progression of disease?
So actually both. So first of all, we want to make the diagnostic much more inexpensive, much more affordable, easy to use, basically in the general physician's office. So it can be part of the checkup, the yearly checkup when people go to. And because of that, and because of the sensitivity, there's a good chance to detect much earlier, which fits now very well with the new drugs that have been released to the markets, which have the goal of slowing down the progression of the disease. So obviously, as you detect it earlier, you can actually extend the healthy life longer. So that's where we are taking it.
That's pretty amazing. And then in terms of what you're working on now in 2024, what excites you and what are you focusing on?
This is the year of partnership with pharma companies. I believe we have enough data now to excite farmers, to join forces, to help them, one, to screen patients, and two, to improve research, to do exactly what you said. So they are testing drugs. They're testing drugs at different levels, and they can monitor with our device every week or even every day the progression of the patient to actually accelerate the ability to understand what the drug is doing.
That's amazing.
I have to mention one thing.
Absolutely.
I started with the orchestra. So what we do is two things. One is we listen to each instrument in the orchestra, which means each functional neural networks. So for example, in the case of PTSD, the limbic system and the amygdala are very, very active. So this is akin to the violin playing violently. But in most cases, you really want to see, well, are they playing all together in a harmonious way? Okay, is there a conductor there, and are they listening to the conductor? And that corresponds to connectivity or causality or pathway analysis, and we can do that, which is again amazing that it can be done with a single channel EEG, but that's what we can do. And in this way, we are very similar to the fMRI and PET in detecting changes in those pathways that are early signs of neurodegeneration.
It's amazing. And even the fact that it's so much easier to use, right? You just put it on the forehead, easy contact.
Yeah.
So just for a lot of great potential in it. And then in terms of the bullpen and the bullpen community, what's your ask?
What's my ask in what sense?
In terms of how can we support your goals, your efforts for this coming year?
Introduce me to people, introduce me to researchers, introduce me to people that believe in this way. This is obviously a big change in the standard of care, which is really what we want to achieve. I did meet today some nice, amazing folks here that kind of understood it and are willing to join and come on board. That's really, I think, you have a nice community here of people, and you are helpful. You have the whole community has a lot of experience. I can learn a lot from that experience, and being introduced to the right people, right investors, etc.
Amazing. So Nathan Intrator with Neurosteer. If you want to learn more, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and his link information will be there. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be back.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Yemi Anakunle of MabSwitch. Great to have you here.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Yeah. So could you tell us your journey and what got you here?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Yemi Anakunle. I'm the co-founder CEO of MabSwitch. It's a company that we established a few years ago, actually in 2021. To develop regulatable immunotherapies. So essentially, what we're doing is we're harnessing the fine specificity of an antibody and engineering those to make them regulatable.
Wow.
And we're developing those as control modules for immunotherapies. Why we're doing that really is relating to how I actually came into the biotech field in the first place. Most recently, I was Chief Business Officer of a company called Selexis. And there we developed a lot of antibody drugs for various biotech companies. And we found that there was an inherent challenge in most of these drugs because in many cases, once you've delivered them to the patient, you actually lost it to the patient, meaning that you cannot control how they actually act. Now, for some of the newer modalities like CAR T cells, T-cell engagers, that rely on recruiting effector functions or effector cells. This is problematic because these cells have their own phenotype. So we know that the phenotype is influenced by how they recognize their target. So by being able to engineer a switch that you can use to control or tune the activity, you can actually get a much better therapeutic profile, both in terms of being more efficacious, but also much safer. And so that's why we decided to proceed with this technology.
That's amazing. And I want to get into that a little bit more. But if we take a step back, so in terms of your PhD, what did you focus on?
Right. So actually, I did my PhD in the UK. It was in microbiology. So I've always had an interest in science. In fact, I come from a family of scientists. And, after my PhD, I went straight into the biotech industry, where I worked setting up a lab and really looking to develop
secondary metabolites that could be used as drugs.
Wow.
I learned very quickly that not only is it important to have the science background, but how you translate that commercially is important as well. So I decided to pursue an MBA at Imperial College in the UK. And after that, I went into the commercial side of things, helping to translate really complex topics into a more commercially acceptable language that people can get behind. And I've been in that space now for the last 20 years.
That's amazing. And what was your transition to starting MapSwitch?
Yeah, so I'd worked with a number of different biotech and pharma companies. And my most recent one, where I was chief business officer, we actually sold that company to a Japanese company. And I was really interested because I like the startup space. And I started to search for the next best technology, which incidentally I found at a conference in Portugal, where I heard my co-founder speak about switchable antibodies. And what was interesting about it was after he gave the talk on this technology, which is groundbreaking, everybody left the room except me.
Wow.
And I went up to talk to him, we developed a friendship, and we decided to start a company 3 years later.
That's amazing. And then as far as MapSwitch, so and what's the focus and mandate? You went over some of the work that you're doing. What do you see as being the core mission?
Right. Well, our core mission is twofold, I would say. The first is we really want to address all the challenges that you have with antibody-based therapies. Because, again, those challenges, as I articulated previously, they're really limiting how antibodies can be developed today. But secondly, because we also recognize, based on the way our affinity switches work, that it also opens up new areas for us that antibodies currently are not being used. So I'd like to also develop that possibility as well to create more therapies, more applications for antibodies than we can actually envisage today.
Very cool. And then in terms of what you're working on now in 2024, what excites you in terms of what you're focusing on?
Yes, well, I'm glad you asked that question because, we started this company in the height of a period where, it was just difficult for startups. In the first year, we were very fortunate to get the attention of Johnson & Johnson.
Wow.
They gave us a quickfire challenge, and that gave us a bit of money to validate some of the concepts that we were talking about. But the technology is really groundbreaking. It's new. Nobody in the world does it today. So, we've been having to do that and just slowly start to show how this technology works. So the following year, we were very fortunate to be awarded a golden ticket by AbbVie. That gave us access to free lab space for a year in San Carlos. And then the following year after that, we got another golden ticket awarded by BMS. So what that told us is there's traction. These companies who are leaders in the immunotherapy space really recognize the value of our technology. Along that same path, as much as I've been talking to various investors, we also want to be able to, as a core part of our strategy, de-risk our technology to potential partners. So to do that, what I've been doing is writing SBIR grants.
Nice.
And, we got our first SBIR grant awarded in September of 2023. And we got our second SBIR grant awarded in December, actually a week and a half ago. And so that allows us now, on the back of non-dilutive funding, to advance 2 programs in the free lab space that we've been awarded by 2 of the major pharmaceutical companies in the world. So I'm very optimistic about that. I feel that what we have is really going to transform how antibodies are used in therapy. And as you know today, the antibody market is over $250 billion in terms of revenue. We believe that we will not only be able to impact all those applications, but we'll be able to find new applications for antibodies that were currently not envisaged because they are not switchable.
So the potential for what you're doing is substantial. This is incredible. It's transforming this part of the biosciences.
Absolutely. And I think that's the key. I think in the antibody development field, there have been, notable developments in how you format antibodies that have advanced the field. I believe that what we have right now is the next generation of antibodies.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And then in terms of the bullpen and the community, what's your ask?
Yes. So in fact, my reason for being at the bullpen is to meet like-minded people, share ideas, meet investors. But in fact, it's really as a networking tool, because I've really talked to a lot of investors. I have talked to a lot of partners. They've given me clear goals of what we need to show. And so we are now in the process of generating those data. And this is just one way of keeping them updated on our progress. And I anticipate that in the coming months, we are going to see a lot of traction in terms of raising additional funds to advance and accelerate our programs.
That's amazing. So if you want to connect with Yona Inakanle and MapSwitch, you can go to bullpen.ventures. The link in bio and information are there. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
And we'll be back.
Thank you.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Jaspicci of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Dr. Ray Rao from Anchor. Great to have you here.
It's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so can you tell us your story, your journey that got you here?
Yeah. So I'm an oncologist who loves coding. And up until 4 months ago, I was running a pretty successful international research program, about $350 million in portfolio, bringing new drugs to market. And I realized there was a burning problem we needed to solve, so we jumped in and jumped in full time to Anchor. Yeah.
Wow. And so you're running the practice, and then you've shifted fully to Anchor.
Yeah. It was one of the hardest decisions of my life to kind of stop seeing patients and get out of clinical medicine, but I think it's the right thing to do for the long term.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And then with Anchor, can you tell us about the company?
Yeah. So originally, Anchor started with the idea of predicting side effects for cancer patients, and that's patient navigation, right? Essentially, and we were massively successful. In just a year, we became the #1 patient navigation platform for oncology. And as we grew, we realized our customers, all of the patient interactions that we were facilitating, whether it was somebody who had a fever because of chemo and they were calling in at 10 p.m., all those doctors were telling us, hey, this is great that you're keeping patients out of the ER, but can you do something for us? Because this is really burning us out, because it's extra work for me. And we said, let's get you paid for it, right? And once that moment, the aha moment happened, once we figured out that getting doctors paid for this extra work is actually something tangible, we started asking ourselves the question of, hey, is this a bigger problem? And you're a psychiatrist, right? Yep. And so you have a busy clinic day, you come out, you still have 20 messages lined up. Can you get paid for them between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m.? So we stood up what's a virtual clinic as a service platform.
Nice.
And it allows your brick and mortar presence to get extended into the after hours without needing any infrastructure except Anchor.
That's amazing. So not only are you improving quality of care in terms of getting the clinical services that are needed done, but you're also improving the financial operations for the organization.
100%. We just high-level numbers, we activate about $100,000 per doctor per year in new revenue, and extremely high margin revenue. We also cut down as a patient, if you're calling your doctor, you're probably waiting a day or 2 days before you hear back. And these are people who have biopsy results, who have bad CT scans, and they would want to know the answers now, right? And so because we incentivize the physicians, to respond and turn down barriers, those patients get the answers now, today. And they get care faster by not just hours, by weeks. Because, the thing they would have waited for next week, that discussion now happens now, and the referral happens tonight instead of 2 days from now.
Especially for patients who are suffering in the middle of their medical issues, to have that kind of support must go a long way.
Absolutely. The other consequence of this is, our primary customers are basically the independent practices that are big enough to use our scale, but not big enough to fight the gorilla in the metro market, the large health systems and so on. And so we help them remain financially viable, which is more options for the patients ultimately and the community ultimately.
That's amazing. And have you seen both patients and providers readily adopting the platform?
So as a patient, think about what happens if a patient's on Anchor. They called into their clinic because they're sick, or they sent a message in, and then a few minutes later, our system calls them, consents them, and then the next thing they know, they're talking to the doctor they see on a monthly basis, right?
Wow.
So it's extremely frictionless, and all of that happens. Like Stanford and UCSF are now charging $25 for a message that patients send into the clinic. This is cheaper than that.
Wow.
From a patient's perspective, and talking to a real human being when you're sick, instead of sending a message in, that's huge.
That is really huge. Yeah. And so with everything going on, what are you working on now? What excites you about 2024?
Yeah, so 2024 is like the year where in healthcare we have two massive movements intersecting, which is the generative AI, which is coming of age finally now, and telehealth, which is maturing. So telehealth 1.0, I'm sure you know, is really dumb, right? It's basically a Zoom meeting. And we could do so much better. We can help better decision making. We can surface the right information for the doctor. We can transcribe all the instructions to the patient in real time. Like, we can do so much with the capabilities from generative AI and telehealth 2.0. So that's our, like, we are envisioning that future and we're building towards it. We've been fortunate. OpenAI gave us a bunch of money and gave us all the resources about 3 years ago. So we're one of the first companies in healthcare to ever get support from OpenAI. So we have 3 years of lead time, right? And our models are just doing incredible things in the background. And we're super excited for that Gen AI cross telehealth 2.0.
That's amazing. You're really at the forefront here. And in terms of the bullpen community, what's your ask?
Yeah, so really the first thing is, it's great, I wasn't aware of this community, but the fact that I've found out, so it's more about, the thing that resonated with me is more about giving. So as an educator, as somebody who's been in drug development, discovery for the last decade of my life, oncology being one of the hottest healthcare innovation hotspots, and if I can contribute to the community, if I can help the founders who are bringing new devices, new drugs to market in oncology, like that would make me really happy. So that is something that I want to offer first. And then in terms of asks, really, like, if you know a doctor, just tell them about us, right? Get us in front of them. We'll explain the value prop. We've had conversations where within 15 minutes, like, you're a doctor, you get the value proposition, right?
Absolutely, it's very clear cut.
Yeah, so if you can, like, my hands, my hair is standing on. That's how cool all this stuff is. But really, if that is the introductions that we can make, and that'd be great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So Dr. Ray Rao of Anchor, if you want more information, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and his link and information will be there. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
And we'll be back. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Jaspitri from Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Dave Latchaw of BioFi. Great to have you here.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So could you tell us your journey and what got you to this point?
Yeah, happy to. So started out biochemical engineering, studied computational biophysics and machine learning. So I've actually been doing machine learning for 15 years, although I probably don't quite look like it.
Wow.
It's always been part of what I've been interested in, the intersection of artificial intelligence and biology. So after I did my PhD, I ended up at Johnson & Johnson for 6 years, and I was part of a group of people that they brought in to figure out what to do with artificial intelligence. At the time, they knew it was something that needed to be done, but didn't have, particular applications. So I first had to learn the business of drug development through the lens of Johnson & Johnson, and then figure out where we could create these solutions and apply them for the company. So I ended up being responsible for finding them, doing the prototyping, the piloting, putting teams around it, and scaling up for the company. And ultimately did so in quite a few different areas of the company. Largest work that I did actually ended up getting used during the pandemic for creating the J&J vaccine. And from there, I ended up going to Wharton to do my MBA. And at the time, I ended up I intended to go back to Johnson & Johnson. I had big plans for what I was going to do, but I met my co-founder for BioFi, Steve Trung there, and we started collaborating over the idea of what BioFi has become today. So, we started the company 4 years ago, and the original thesis was, how do we take something that can often be looked at as subjective or qualitative, which is science and drug development. There is hard data, but it's all up for interpretation. If it was a hard science, every drug that was pursued would be, would make it to the patients, and there wouldn't be any wasted capital on opportunities that really shouldn't have been brought forth anyway. So what we wanted to do was take the lens of the intersection of biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and finance, and say, what if we could create a platform that would allow us to put hard metrics behind the viability of science, the viability of biology, and ultimately how those things would play out in the clinic. And that's the fundamental technology that we worked on. We developed that over the course of about 2.5 years, and to date, we've been running the system live for nearly 2.5 years now, and we've successfully predicted at about an 80% accuracy rate over 1,800 clinical trials and their outputs.
That's amazing. So with BioFi, so you have reference data in there that sets up the foundation that lets you put more objective measures around the whole process of drug discovery?
That's right. And one of the things that we've had to account for that's pretty fundamental to the way that the system works is, what do you do when you're dealing with novel technologies, novel clinical trial structures, novel biology and patient populations? So being able to account for that was very critical to making the platform successful. And we've been able to do that. And if you combine that with the way that we operate today, where we're able to blend partner data into the system in order to differentiate the data that it understands, and make it more specific to the applications of our partners, it's very powerful.
That's amazing. So the partner can come in with all that information, all that data, give it to you, and you're able to help make sense of it.
That's right. And that's the beauty of the sophistication of where artificial intelligence systems have come today. You can take information that's images, you can take large-scale omics data, you can take text, and you can actually make sense of all of that within the same system. And that's really what ended up being necessary to be that successful, because you have to take into account biology, you have to take into account information that exists within text and any number of different data formats in order to make sense of a problem as complex as drug development.
Absolutely. And so you're able to decrease the cost, decrease the time to drug discovery, like that's the impact that you're having for your partners?
It is. One of the things that we try to communicate to people is there's discovery and then there's development. AI drug discovery, to fundamentally come up with a molecule, is a very interesting space right now. And I think there's a lot of long-term benefit that could be had there. I also think that certain areas go through their growing pains, and I think that is one of them. So we try to make sure that people understand that we are downstream of that. Once the molecule has been identified, then we come in and we're able to work with those companies in order to prioritize the way that they're doing their research, how they are allocating their resources if you're a large pharmaceutical company to the right opportunities, and working with them to basically accelerate that to market.
That's amazing. And then in terms of what you're working on now, 2024, what excites you?
You know, what we're really focused on right now is, one, partnering with more early stage companies. We have a very interesting way of working with them. You know, we know startups are very tight when it comes to their budget, so we have a very nice structure that we have created with those startups, and it's very mutually beneficial because our systems become more informed. They're able to differentiate their technology when they're going to raise capital from investors, which is very critical for 2024. So we're focused on finding more people to work with on the early stage side of things. And then we're also expanding partnerships in the larger pharmaceutical sector, different applications. They're more interested in things like portfolio management. You know, how do I apply the technology to support functions that are critical for drug development, like quality, regulatory, and ops. So, you know, those are big focuses for us for 2024.
Absolutely. And then in terms of the bullpen and the community, what's your ask?
I'd just like to see what we could do that would be mutually beneficial. You know, there's a lot of companies that fall into that specific category, especially the early stage companies that are looking to raise capital, and we've been very successful in helping companies do that to date. Basically, being able to quantitatively assess what their competitive advantage is and allow them to communicate that to investors. So we'd love to work with more companies in that capacity, and hopefully, be able to differentiate a lot of the companies that are in the bullpen so that they can get what they need from the capital community.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So Dave Latshaw from BioPhi, you can go to bullpen.ventures to look at his link in bio and more information. Great to have you here.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, thank you. We'll be back. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Trespitri of Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Nikhil Joshi of Cellular Vehicles.
Yep,
Great to have you here.
Good to be here.
Can you tell us your journey to
Yeah,
now?
sure. So by way of education, I started as a biomedical engineer and did a bachelor's and master's in the field. This was between 2006 to 2011. Spent a lot of time working in kind of stem cell research, regenerative medicine research. I went to grad school thinking that I would do a PhD, and I was really enjoying that research, but found that I wanted to be closer to the end application, closer to the patient. And so I left with a master's and found a niche in the kind of medical robotics field. So I spent the next kind of 11 years working as a product development engineer, R&D engineer, product manager at a variety of different companies, advancing mostly med tech products towards patients, and had an opportunity to work on some really cool things over those 11 years.
That's amazing. And then what was the transition to cellular vehicles?
Yeah, so my co-founder and I met at a startup called Auris Health that was developing the first robotic endoscopy system, and we, that startup ended up being acquired by Johnson & Johnson. We spent some time at Johnson & Johnson after the acquisition, helping to kind of advance their medical robotics division. And around 2021, I started to kind of look back at the cell and gene therapy industry because I used to do research in the field, and I knew even back then that it would be a kind of game-changing advancements in medicine, just from a kind of first principles standpoint, thinking about how with cells you're delivering the factory, and rather than with traditional therapeutics where you're delivering a molecule, a small molecule in the case of a pill, a large molecule injected into the body. Those therapies can work, but often they're just treating the symptoms of disease, and you often need to take them throughout the patient's lifetime, whereas these cell and gene therapies offer this promise of being a truly curative treatment. So I'd sort of started doing some research in the field with initially the idea that I could find a job in that field because I kind of wanted to come back to that space. But over the course of that, my colleague and I ended up connecting with a clinician at Stanford whose lab had described a number of challenges with delivering these therapies to patients, and how kind of sensitive these cells are and how important the processes are to get these therapies to patients in a safe and effective way. So over the course of several months, we spent time with him, his lab, and some of his contacts to really understand what those challenges were. And at the end of those few months, it was kind of a journey of discovering unmet needs and starting to think about possible concepts to solve those problems. We came away saying that there's something definitely here.
Totally.
And we decided to leave our nice stable job at J&J and kind of wander into the unknown. So that was kind of late 2021, and we've been kind of at it since then.
That's amazing. And so in terms of cellular vehicles, so what is it that you guys are offering
Yeah,
today?
so what we're doing is if you look at a cell therapy product, unlike traditional molecular therapies, the supply chain for these therapies is exponentially more complicated. These cells are living things. They're like little pets almost that you have to care for throughout their whole journey back to the patient. There's a cell collection process from the patient. Those cells go to a centralized facility where they need to be processed, expanded, cryopreserved, then sent back to the hospital. Once they get to the hospital, what we realize is there's a series of steps that occur at the hospital, which thus far had been sort of overlooked as an area for innovation. So what we're doing is we're trying to take the infrastructure required to kind of deliver and do those steps at a hospital and basically convert that or miniaturize that into a small box.
Wow.
Our overall kind of long-term goal is, right now cell and gene therapies can only be delivered at 100 to 150 kind of institutions in the US, primarily academic medical research centers. The question we're trying to answer is, with our technology, can we 10x that number? Can we make cell and gene therapy administration as simple as a dialysis treatment and get it into 1,000 plus centers in the US? So that's what we're doing, basically a piece of hardware that automates all those last mile steps.
Yeah, that would have a significant impact on
Yeah,
the industry.
patient access, yeah, exactly.
And with all the things that you're working on, what excites you the most for 2024?
Yeah, so 2023, we spent much of the time kind of developing our beta system. That system is now ready. We've signed 4 cell therapy developers into a pilot program. So the next kind of 6 months to a year will really be about executing that pilot program, working deeply with those first early adopter customers to understand exactly what the pain points are, ensure that this product is kind of solving them before we kind of finalize the design and proceed towards kind of commercialization of the technology. So this pilot program is really kind of instrumental to the company's success, so we're excited by it.
Absolutely. And then in terms of the Bullpen and the Bullpen community, what's your ask?
Yeah, I would say the ask is, anyone that's interested in cell and gene therapy, we're looking to partner with therapy developers who are interested in gaining control over their process and helping them to scale their clinical trials. And then anyone from a kind of capital resources standpoint who's interested in supporting cell and gene therapy companies, happy to share more about our company and our vision and kind of where we are.
That's awesome. So Nikhil Joshi, Cellular Vehicles, if you want to learn more information, you can go to bullpen.ventures. Link and additional information will be there. Thank you so much for being here.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and we'll be back. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Trespitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Maha Salam of View Essence. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me.
So could you tell us your journey and what got you to this point?
Sure. So I'm the president and founder of View Essence. We're a small, tiny company based in Tampa, Florida. My background is a little bit different than many of the founders here in the biotech space in that I had a computer engineering degree. My PhD was in that. View Essence is my second startup. My first one developed a computer-aided detection system that relied on pattern recognition, image analysis to detect breast cancer in mammograms.
Were you using like neural nets, or how were you doing the pattern recognition?
Actually, we did Bayesian classifiers. I
Wow.
hope that was that's public
Bayesian,
knowledge
Bayesian
at the time.
classifiers, an alternative model to standard neural nets.
Exactly.
So way before machine learning and.
I mean, we always considered it machine learning because we would do samples and we trained the computer based on recognized samples and everything. So all of the rage today is very familiar to me. All the revelations that are being discussed in the space now.
That's amazing. So you had the PhD. You were doing you were a developer. So you were actually writing code.
I finished my PhD. I did a matching between mammograms, and I was focused specifically on detecting breast cancer in mammograms. But it was a big problem. So we, each of the PhD people were working on their own little niche area. And then I had the idea of starting a company, not knowing any better, and pulling together a system that works from beginning to end was, of course, a whole different story. But we somehow managed to get the development work working and actually got through the FDA process with a PMA process, which was also difficult at the time. And we very quickly got acquired before we even got our approval letter.
Wow, people saw the potential in what you were doing.
Yeah,
and that was your first company. That was the one that you.
Exactly, that was the one straight out of the PhD program.
Yeah, and so you learned a lot from that experience, and that helped you with creating View Essence.
Completely. So because I didn't have any industry experience right from that startup, so I stayed with the company that we got acquired into. I served on a board. It was a small public company, but I got public company experience and stayed there for about 7 years. Developed another product line. So I totally fell in love with that whole concept of taking research all the way to the bedside to help patients.
That's amazing. And and what was the inspiration for View Essence? How did that come about?
So View Essence, as I said, I fell in love with the concept of taking research to take it all the way to the bedside, and it was time for me to start and explore another opportunity. So I exited my previous company, and I was looking for opportunities. Initially, I was going to do something similar for stroke and head imaging because I felt it was very underserved. And quickly came across, genomic technology, genomic revolution. I'm going to date myself here, but this is not something that was vibrant when I was going to college. So I went back to school for almost like a year and a half, studied molecular biology, and got started with this company.
That's amazing. And what does View Essence do?
So View Essence is effectively focused on developing a molecular diagnostic for stroke applications. We're focused on the emergency setting, very, very acute stage when the patient first enters the hospital.
Wow.
We relied on sequencing to identify proprietary gene signatures that we are packaging into lab-based tests that would operate in the hospital-based setting.
And so this would augment the work that the radiology department's doing?
Correct. It's kind of an alternative source of information. I feel like the molecular information that's stored in the blood is very underutilized at this point, and there are many avenues where we can use it to help elucidate better decision-making and more precise decisions by the physicians as they're evaluating a patient.
That's amazing. And then in terms of 2024 and what you're working on now, what excites you the most?
So what's exciting the most is actually to see it in the field. Again, back to where I started, and that's what I enjoy is seeing that technology deployed. So what we're trying to do is to see if we can deploy it into hospitals and settings to see if it, how it pans out and how it proves to be effective and helpful for the neurologist and neurology team evaluating the patients. So that's going to be our focus for this coming year.
Awesome. And in terms of the Bullpen community, what's your ask?
Collaborators, of course, there are technical challenges. As I said, I believe it takes a few companies to solve each of the niche little areas. So there are things we can accelerate, maybe processing, partner with companies that may also have access to other clinics and clinicians that we can work with. But it's been an amazing community be part of. It's great to talk to people who can totally relate to what you're saying and, you know, get it like right away. So that's, to me, it's been the biggest benefit as well from being here.
That's awesome. Samaha Salam of View Essence. If you want more information, you can go to bullpen.ventures. Great to have you here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll be back.
Thanks.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Trespitri of Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Lindsay Jardine of BlackRock Neurotech. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Yeah, so can you tell us your journey, what got you here?
Oh, yeah. So I started off in biochemistry, and so working in genetics. Dream back then was to be a physician, and so that was kind of like the path forward. You get a lot of clinical experience, you get some lab experience, you start working in a hospital. I started interning at hospitals. It was fascinating, and I loved it. And then I looked around, and everybody I knew was miserable. So I'm like, oh my gosh, this sounds terrible, but I love healthcare, and I love medicine. So how can I help? How can I get into medicine? But more of a peripheral way. How do I do this in a more impactful way? How do I help so many more people than just like the grind, being in a hospital day in and day out? So then I started exploring clinical research and started working in clinical research at UCSD and then Stanford, and eventually got onto a project with Google. So that was my foray into startups. And I just loved how fast it went. I got to be the big cog in a small boat, and it was a lot of really innovative thinkers, and that's how I got into startups. And now I'm on to my fourth startup.
Wow.
Had some really great exits, had some really, really amazing times working with really innovative people. I've learned so much, and yeah, that's how I got. It was a twisty, windy road, but it was a fun one.
That's amazing. And what did you learn from the 3 prior startups that helped you in shaping the work that you're doing now?
Yeah. So the first startup that I was at was a wearable neuromodulation device. And one thing that I really genuinely appreciated was the team. And so many people were just very, very invested in making this work, because we, being a very small startup, we were running a lot of our early feasibility trials in office. So I still got to interact with the patients, and I got to see the immediate impact on a very small group of people. And so when I got into the idea of marketing and the idea of how do we reach a broader audience, I got to be able to talk to thousands of people. And it wasn't just like going back to my medical kind of school background, it was one person you were helping at a time, but here I got to see so many people be affected by such a very, very, very niche thing that they could use, they could interact with, and that's when the neuromodulation, kind of electrophysiology portion of my career kind of started off. And so that was really amazing to be a part of that group and everyone working towards the same goal. And then I switched over into cardiology. Wow. And worked in another startup, but that was a class 3 medical device. So it was high risk, high reward, very big, very flashy kind of stuff. So I was on the team from their phase 2 all the way to their phase 4. So got it all the way into the post-market, and then decided to jump to my other group. But that's the really high risk, high reward is kind of was like that's what got my adrenaline working. So I really loved that, and it was a breakthrough medical device. That was my first breakthrough medical device. It was class 3 breakthrough medical device, and that designation isn't really given out very easily to a lot of medical devices. So breakthrough, for anybody who doesn't know, is something that it's going to be a game changer. It's something that's never been seen before. It's by definition a novel device. So having that novelty was really exciting, and so that one I got to work really closely with the engineers on the team. So working with them and seeing how they think and how they develop things and how it plays into the clinical strategy and how it plays into the marketing and the business. So getting a really well-rounded understanding, and that was that company went IPO back in 2019, I believe, and then I got an opportunity to work on another class 3 breakthrough medical device, and that was also in cardiology. And so they that was the same thing, but it was not the same device, but it was in cardiology and electrophysiology, and it was high risk, high reward, high octane stuff. As far as clinical research goes, it was high octane stuff.
That's pretty awesome. And then, what's going on with this one? I know you can't say too much, but what can you say about?
Yeah. So this one
this new project, this new company.
This new company. So this one's a spin-off from BlackRock Neurotechnology, leading the clinical regulatory and quality efforts. This one, we are going after breakthrough technology. It is another Class 3 medical device. It's in the epilepsy space.
Wow.
So we are still doing a lot of our, right now we're in our phase 1 clinical trial, so launching that pretty soon. And it's, I'm hoping it's just going to be as high octane, high energy as everything else. And now I'm at a level where I get to one thing that I'm very much looking forward to at this kind of new phase in my career is the fundraising and kind of seeing the business side of it. So I've explored the marketing. I've done a lot of seen a lot of the R&D, seen a lot of all of the inner workings of how you get a product from zero to hero. And now I'm really trying to understand and get a good understanding of how the business works, because I think that'll really round out my career, my understanding, my full love of startups.
Yeah, but you've had these successes. You've had a track record of success, and now you're expanding, I guess,
Yes.
the depth of your experiences there.
I've been very lucky working with really great teams.
That's amazing. And then as far as what you're working on now in 2024, what excites you the most?
Oh, the technology is fascinating. It really is. The things, and as I go through my career, and so you said specifically 2024, and as you go through a product life cycle, it's really the R&D that's super exciting right now, and the strategy is so fun. So that's one thing that I really, really appreciate being a part of in this go around is the business strategy, the clinical strategy, the R&D strategy. How do we strategically position ourselves in the market? If we're going to go after a strategic partner as our next funding round, how do we approach them? Does it fit with our model? Does it fit with our personality? So that's the strategy right now is what I'm really excited about, and watching the technology come along.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And then as far as the bullpen and the community, what's your ask?
So just keep watching out for us. I am really excited about how this technology is going to shape up. I'm going to keep my eye on you guys and keep in contact, because I think we can help each other down the line.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So Lindsay Jardine of BlackRock Neurotech, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
And if you want more information, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and the link and information will be there. We'll be back.
Thank you.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Petrie from Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Bob Molinari, a
I started life as kind of a science guy, a PhD in biophysical chemistry, and then I did something a little unusual. I went straight through and got an MBA after that.
Oh, wow.
And I always wanted to kind of have one foot in science and one foot in business. And that's what I've been doing for the last 35 years or so. So
That's amazing. So you didn't no postdoc, just straight from the PhD into the MBA
Correct.
process. And what did you do after that?
So I came out here to the West Coast, and I was actually in a materials company for a while. And then I made a seminal change. I went to McKinsey and Company. And my PhD thesis actually had to do with some of the early days of work in DNA.
Wow.
And McKinsey, at the meantime, was getting all these questions about how that fledgling industry was going to play out. And I always joked that they needed somebody who knew how to spell DNA, and I did. So that's how I got started.
That's amazing. And so you worked there for
I worked there for about 3 or 4 years, and then literally there was so much demand for people who knew business and the science that right after that I became sort of a startup founding CEO for a biotech, in that era, DNA sequencing company.
Wow.
And have been doing that kind of ever since, probably 5 or 6 companies.
That's amazing. And so you did these multiple companies, and then what got you into Repoxygen?
So, a failure at retirement, probably. So I had worked for 12 years in drug discovery, working on targeting fatty acids. We can get into that in a moment. In the brain, it's all about the fats.
Totally.
So when I was doing that, we eventually got into clinical trials and started getting a much bigger investor group together. And then I, not really being from big pharma, stepped aside. Thought I was going to retire. And then I was contacted by a Berkeley undergrad who had read all this work about different neurodegenerative diseases and new approaches, and he was kind of personally pissed off that nobody was really picking up on these things. And for the first many years of neurodegenerative diseases, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, it was all about aggregated proteins.
Absolutely.
Amyloid,
tau
tau,
yeah.
All those things.
Yep.
And we now know about 100 billion later, and maybe 10 years later, that they don't really work that well. A few drugs are approved, but again, it's not much of an effect. So these new approaches really looked interesting to me, and I was probably one of the few guys on the planet who actually believed in and understood this sort of fatty acid complicated metabolism.
That's amazing. And so could you tell us more about that?
Sure. So the approach really, so when you have one of these neurodegenerative or even retinal degenerative diseases, there's a whole host of things that go on. Not only do you have aggregated proteins, or what I call technically gunk, in your cells. You have synuclein, tau, amyloid, drusen in the eye. Those are really just degraded proteins and fats that all sort of agglomerate and cross-link and become insoluble. Sure, they add to the burden of the disease, but they were far from the cause. If you want to look at the cause, you've got to go way back upstream and look at how, again, this very large milieu of fats in the brain is metabolized. And when these fatty acids metabolize, they often form neuroinflammatory things, damaging things. But there's one little corner of that actually creates neuroprotective things. And being biology, of course, there's an enzyme, and that enzyme converts the neuroprotective stuff into the neurodegenerative things. Why? Who knows? But that exists. And when you have all of these diseases, this Berkeley student found out that all of that bad enzyme class is just massively upregulated. The neuroprotective fats are downregulated. And simultaneously with that, neuroinflammation is up, protein aggregates are up, lipid peroxidation are up. Those are all bad things.
Wow.
And, well, maybe there's a different etiology of the disease you could think about, where you go back up to the beginning and say maybe it's this equilibrium of fats that's a problem.
That's amazing. So he was pursuing the enzymes involved with lipid metabolism. So a lot of the work was focusing on things that were more aqueous, and now he was looking more at the lipid world.
And again, that chemistry tends to be a mess.
Yeah.
I mean, there's thousands of molecules involved, and there's only this one little corner that we got interested in. And sure enough, in academia, there had been a lot of work done on this for 25 years. But back to our earlier point, not much was funded other than amyloid and tau.
Wow.
And this work got done sort of in a vacuum with not a lot of funding. And but the data was stunning when you go back and review it all.
It was that clear that there was
It
something
was.
going on.
It was. And, they were writing academic papers about this, but by the time the industry moved on to new things beyond the aggregated proteins, the intellectual property got old, stale, and was not really viable to do investment in that area anymore. So what do? Here you have something that absolutely works, but it's not investable.
Yeah.
So we looked at all of that, and luckily we found a group in Europe that was that realized this as well, and they went off and did, computer modeling and AI and all the modern drug discovery techniques, and developed a whole new line of chemistry that acted on this same target.
Wow.
And then they got composition of matter intellectual property on it, and we sort of stepped in right at the time when we could get it all licensed exclusively.
That's amazing.
So,
and can you
go
tell
ahead.
us about Repoxygen in terms of the focus of the company and what?
So
what
when
are
we
the
put that
goals?
together, when we realized all of that, literally last spring, we incorporated the company around myself as the founding CEO, the Berkeley student who kind of put us all together, and then there's two other people, Shrifal Mehta and Ving Lee. Ving is sort of the chemist who's done a lot of the work in this field, and was available to become our CSO.
Wow.
And we got a chief business officer who wrote books about how to do biotech development and creation of value, and that book is used as a textbook. So
Wow.
Shrifal Mehta joined as well. And we're still all doing sweat equity, but we're so excited by this that's fine. And so the focus of the company is really on this neuro, and by the way, all the things apply for retinal degeneration. Our initial focus is actually on retinal disease, things like AMD, geographic atrophy, diabetic retinopathy. Why is that? Well, if you've ever looked at a neurology trial, it takes 3 years and hundreds of patients.
Wow.
Costing hundreds of millions of dollars. In the eye, you can look at the dead cells. You can shine a light in the eye, and with optical OCT, it's called, you can actually see what's going on, and you can see the lesions, and you can see if they're getting better or worse. And that is objective. There's no placebo effect. The number of patients you need is smaller because the variability in the measurement is low compared to all these, mini mental scales and things like that that are used in Alzheimer's.
Totally. So the cost of running a study and showing proof of concept is much lower.
Right. So the value added for us is to get this shown in human in this kind of degenerative disease. And then, we will obviously do the Alzheimer's and MS and other kinds of work. Initially, if we get that funded by non-dilutive funding, grants and so forth, we'll do that work. But the focus of the company is to show the rapid proof of concept in human.
That's amazing. And in terms of what you're working on now for 2024, what excites you the most?
Getting the money. So it's been very, very difficult in neurology for a lot of good reasons to get things funded. Most of whatever has been new in neurology has failed, so there's that. But we think we really understand this etiology of the disease, and we've gone, in some ways, way upstream of what's been looked at. And we can, with one agent, simultaneously downregulate this bad enzyme, but in doing so, downregulate neuroinflammation broadly, downregulate the amyloids, the taus, the lipid peroxidation, all the other things that go bad. And the good thing is that's been demonstrated in the literature. We just had now a series of compounds that does it better.
Yeah, and it makes sense. It's a paradigm shift for the whole
Yes,
area. So
exactly.
It's amazing.
Well, it's a thought relocation, if you will. You have to think differently about the disease.
Yeah, exactly, and how we approach it in terms of analyzing what's really happening in
Correct.
these diseases. And in terms of the bullpen, the community, what's your ask?
So as soon as I heard the idea of entrepreneurs helping entrepreneurs create an enclave of high quality investors that can all look together at things and sort of interact together, that really appealed to me. And it's hard enough getting ghosted by VCs and other people, when you have to do this kind of fundraising, you have to realize you're going to get said no to probably a few hundred times. before anybody comes close to saying yes. And this provides an enclave of people who are all going through the same thing, who might have access to investors. In fact, one of the funniest things and best things about today is I had two of my investors come and they got shanghaied by other people and didn't have time to talk to me. So now they're feeling really guilty, so they're going to talk to me one-on-one later this week.
Exactly.
So it creates a really positive enclave. I also am a yacht guy, so I love the Golden Gate Yacht Club, and when they said they had the whole venue here for the week, I said that's really going to attract enough people.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, it's been a great event for this week.
And then, of course, Christian, the founder, is like a force of nature.
Yeah,
so.
it's amazing what he's done, what he's achieved at the Bullpen.
Exactly.
Yeah. So thank you, Bob Molinari, Repoxygen. Thank you for being here. If you want more information, you can go to bullpen.ventures. The link and additional information will be there. Thank you for being here, and we'll be back.
And thank you for a great interview.
Thanks. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri from Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Deep Chakraborty from VCN Biosciences.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to
Nice
have
to
you here.
meet
Can you tell us your journey to here, to this point?
Well, I have a chemistry background. Went to George Washington University, went to grad school at UCLA, and diverted a little bit from the base, went on the investment side of things, investment banking and consulting, working for pharma and biotech and life sciences, so on. But came back when I met up with old grad school friend Andrew Norris. He's a professor at UCLA, a faculty. And we started the company with the second pivot of the platform technology that they were working on at UCLA.
Okay.
We licensed that and created a company, and that's BCN Biosciences.
Wow.
We're a small molecule company. We're targeting hard to treat, but precision targeting of a particular mutation in cancer. So that's RAS. And we have a completely novel target, novel mechanism of targeting RAS. We are not targeting the RAS protein itself like many of the other companies which are doing, but we target the restoration of a protein called P10, which is very necessary to bring back cancer cell death for the cancer cells for apoptosis.
Okay. It helps to promote the cancer cell death? It helps promote apoptosis in the cancer cells?
In the cancers, in the specific RAS phenotype. In
I
fact,
see.
our drugs work in the entire RAS-RAF-MEK-ARC pathway. So if you're aware of that, RAS mutations is present in almost 30% of all human cancers. One of the isoform KRAS is very important, almost quarter of all cancers. So for example, 90% of pancreatic, 30% of lung, 50% of colorectal, that's all implicated with RAS. And it was an undruggable target for 30 years till Dr. Shokhat at UCSF showed how to target the protein itself. So we're off the races. Amgen's Lumakras was the first approved drug, so is Mirati's Krazati. But one of the things that we are seeing is because it has so much isoforms, for KRAS, if you shut down KRAS, the oncogenesis comes back in the cell through H and N isoforms, and that's where the drug resistance comes from. And because our mechanism of action is downstream of that,
I see.
We restore P10, our drugs show no resistance. In fact, it's all preclinical, but we show in mouse models that if you're pre-treated with those drugs, Amgen's drug and Mirati's drug, and you develop resistance, our drugs can kill those cancer cells.
That's amazing.
Yep.
So that's going to really make a huge change in how people perceive their ability to treat these cancers in the future.
We hope so, because one of the things that's so interesting about this is originally this was heavily funded by NIH within UCLA because they were looking for small molecules that protect normal cells from chemo and radiation. So that's the genesis. So the entire platform, we have over 100 molecules. We licensed them from UCLA, and then we created our own under composition of matter patent. But we started from there, and the way it worked was we were looking for, so we have two classes of molecule. One class is still the protectants, right? So we're looking to make supportive care drugs for cancer. And then, of course, one of the things that we tested on was, do these small molecules protect cancer cells? So when we had a collaboration with NCI, and we had a project, and we figured out there's some optimized molecules not only not protect the cancer, it actually kill cancer.
Wow.
And so that was the genesis when we went back to the lab and say, okay, what's going on? What's the mechanism of action? How does it work, and why is that happening? And so that way we figured that the commonality of all those cancers were they are RAS cancers. And there's a very specific way P10 is suppressed in all RAS cancers. And if we could target that and we could reverse that, we can kill the cancer cells.
That's pretty amazing. And so in the work that you did before, so you'd gone to grad school, you're working in the finance side. What were the things that you saw over those years in finance that, when you saw companies succeeding more than others, were there any key factors that stood out to you in terms of, why particular companies were more successful than others?
Well, oncology has been new to me in the last, I would say, 7-8 years. But what I saw was, if you think of the early 2000s and so on, it was, sort of like the dawn of the biologics, right? So the industry was slowly moving out of small molecule and natural products and into biologics, and, Amgen, Genentech, and, Biogen, they were huge, right? So rational drug discovery took in place where you know the target, you can design proteins, you can design antibodies, and so on. But the change in pace of technologies since 2010 has been already mind-boggling. But through the last few years, it's even more so, especially with the success of mRNA technology, cell and gene therapy, and really the funding environment was such that it goes in ebbs and flows. So it's, small molecules, sort of like the utility stocks of the stock market. It's sort of like recession-proof, but when there is some kind of hype, you'll go into immunotherapy, you go to gene therapy, and so on. The main thing that happened is more and more entrepreneurs that looked at a smaller, I think, set up patient population and trying to help them and really focus the drugs more of precision therapy for that. And FDA took note of that. They changed some of the things in the approval process and so on. And that, in fact, accelerated the whole process. So funding is going through cycles. I'm sure we'll come out of this, hopefully towards the second quarter or third quarter of Q4 2024. But I've seen like 3 cycles from the funding side since 2000 that it will go up and down. So just have to hunker down through this thing.
Absolutely. And in terms of your experience, how have you set up BCN for success, BCN Biotherapeutics?
Well, one of the things that we did was, we have been pretty capital efficient, but one of the things we are very good at is working with the governmental entities. So a lot of people who didn't know how to get grant funding, we have raised tens of millions of dollars of non-dilutable funding because of the nature of what the platform was. And so that actually was the foundation of success. And what we did was we created this sponsored research agreement at UCLA and Kansas University and NCI that really accelerated the science with less amount of dollars. Well, you share some IP, but then you license it back with the first right of refusal. And then it enables us to create the right environment to get the talent. And the main important thing is if you put someone in the board of advisors, do they attract talent? And that has been my most important job in getting some of the KOLs on the advising side and as consulting scientists to attract other people from industry and from academia who are willing to help because we are a novel target. And you kind of need all that support to industry to accept it. Like this is a valid target in oncology to go after.
That's amazing. And then as far as this year, what excites you the most? What are you focusing on?
So right now, the brand new data that we got, and we just released our target for the first time. I've been talking to some of the pharma people. They're really excited. So we want to accelerate the pace of our preclinical development. I think we are about 6 months from where we can start our IND-enabling studies, and also kind of creating the other molecules in a way that we are not a one-hit wonder. It's a whole portfolio of molecules. You have 2 classes of drugs. Nice. So essentially raising money. But so far, it's been mixed, in the last 6 months. And hopefully we'll close that round in the next 3 to 4 months and accelerate towards the IND enabling.
Awesome. And then in terms of the bullpen and the community, what's your ask?
Well, originally we were raising $10 million, but we have kind of moderated. Now we're going for $5 million. One of the most interesting thing is, when I first met Sybil and Christian, there's a lot of energy, and they are focusing on a void right now. Even in VCs, if you go with a cold email or you talk to someone, it's not as important as another founder introducing you to the VCs, and they always take that. So there's a lot of cross-pollination going on in this forum. And 5 minutes ago, I met someone who, she has a pain drug, and she met a family office in Dallas who is more focused on oncology.
Wow.
So they didn't fund her, but she passed on the information to me, and hopefully that'll work out. So when the funding climate is so dry, those alternatives like family offices, foundations, corporate VCs, and if the founders can exchange notes on that, that would be wonderful. And I think this platform has a lot to offer from that regard.
That's amazing. So Deep Chakraborty at BCN Biosciences, thank you for being here, and we'll be back. And if you want more information, bullpen.ventures.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Great
Thanks,
having you
Dr.
here.
Judy.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Trespitri from Soho MD. You're at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Sherman Williams from AIN Ventures. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so could you tell us what got you here? What's your journey?
That's pretty long. I don't know how that much time. Well, I'm specifically here at the Bullpen. Spoke at an event yesterday with respect to DEI. But our fund, really quickly, we are a pre-seed, seed stage venture fund that invests at the intersection of dual use and deep tech. Dual use means companies that work with government and commercial application. Deep tech are companies building advanced technologies that are out of the R&D phase, but those technologies do not yet have wide-scale commercial adoption, and those same technologies can either disrupt existing markets or create brand new markets. One of the key areas we focus on within deep tech are life sciences, and what got me into that, to answer your question directly, was prior to starting the fund with my co-founder, Emily McMahon, I was a life science investment banker, and so that's kind of cut my teeth there post-business school at the University of Chicago. My first career, though, I was a military officer. I was an intelligence officer in the Navy.
Nice. And how is that transition going into starting your own fund after?
Yeah, it's going. Clearly, the VC market is a bit tough from a fundraising standpoint, but we have some outstanding limited partners who've invested into our fund thus far, and hoping to get many, many more in this fund and subsequent funds. We've made about 14 investments in this fund thus far. Several of them are healthcare investments, and we actually just had one of them got a really nice markup, which in this environment means
exciting.
a lot. Yeah.
And in terms of your experience before with investment banking, what were there patterns or key factors that you saw in the companies that were more successful than others, and how do you apply that to the companies you invest in now?
Yeah, so an investment bank is a little bit different with respect. There's a key difference between that and early stage venture, and the key difference is the companies are much more mature.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like you can understand the phenotype, if you will, right, based off of their financial performance, but the actual DNA, if you will, would be a high quality team, and that is the most important thing that I saw in investment banking. Was a team. You often wouldn't. You're doing advisory work, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit different, but the companies that did the best, you thought that because of it was symptomatic with respect to their financial performance, and but they were actual great entrepreneurs.
Wow.
And they had great middle management, et cetera, down the line, and those were the companies that did the best. That transfers to early stage venture, where the number one component of our investment decision process and a lot of funds is the founder.
Yeah.
You bet the jockey, not the horse, as we say.
That's amazing. And then in terms of the companies, you mentioned the different sectors that you're looking at. In terms of companies, how should they think about whether or not they fit the profile for your AIN Ventures?
Yeah. So for us, it would be a company. There's a few areas we invest in. So life science is one of them. We also invest in space technology.
Wow.
We invest in sustainability technology, and we invest in artificial intelligence and machine learning developer tools. And so if you're in one of those areas, we have a hypothesis that your technology will be good both for government and commercial. So you should talk to us. We do have a separate portion of our thesis. I want to clarify our companies do not need to be led by veterans. They can be led by anyone. But we do invest. The second portion of our thesis, we do look at veteran-led startups, and we're industry agnostic there, but we have a strong software bias. So those are veterans of the U.S. military.
That's amazing. And then in terms of what you're focusing on now and for 2024, what excites you the most?
There's a lot of things. I think there's outstanding opportunity. First of all, prices for companies are dramatically cheaper now, so that's exciting. Yeah. I'm really excited about things within synthetic biology. There's a lot going on there, and so multiple elements of synthetic biology. That's really interesting. I think some of the tech bio tools that enable symbio to occur, to be done, is also very interesting. Very excited about that. So I'll just keep it that from a life sciences standpoint, from a healthcare standpoint, since we're at a healthcare conference. In a healthcare standpoint, I'm very excited about that. For our other areas, of course, I continue to be excited about sustainability technology, look at the Inflation Reduction Act, space technology. There's a lot going on there. We're in a new space race, new space economy is being built. And then, the artificial intelligence, machine learning, developer tools, that's the infrastructure layer for AI and ML that enables folks to leverage large language models, et cetera. So
That's amazing.
It's exciting.
And then as far as the bullpen and the community, what's your ask?
My ask is connect with me. I did not know much about Bullpen, admittedly, prior to yesterday. So I would love to engage and potentially get some of my companies engaged also. We have a decent-sized portfolio, and it's growing. We've probably got about another, hopefully a minimum of 30 more companies to invest in this fund.
Wow.
On top of the 14 we've invested into. So I'd love to get my entire network involved. Yeah.
That's amazing. So Sherman Williams, AIN Ventures, thank you so much for being here. And if you want to learn more, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and the link and additional information will be in there. Thank you for being here, and we'll be back.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bullpen. Our final session, a little bittersweet, actually. We planned for several months, and now we're here, and I'm a little emotional about it. We're going to get to some storytelling, but I do want to just recap why we're doing this. We are a group of investors and CEOs in the life science space that are gathering to help each other. And that has taken on so many forms this week, from our women's investor breakfast, DEI investor breakfast, Israeli investor breakfast that brought in a diverse group of people committed to our field and really brought a high energy level to kick off the morning, to our 100+ members who have been partnering upstairs in the shadow of the Golden Gate and Alcatraz. As I pointed out, I'm going to dream about it when I leave. I have to go back to Minnesota, though, where it's snowy, so this has been a little bit of a dream. To our happy hours where, serenaded by some music. Jim and Laura Farley have been great. The stand-up bass has been great. The guitar, the drinks have been up. I'll tell you what, it's all really been pulled together by the people. And you two have both stepped up and brought a ton of resources to what we're doing. And I'm getting goosebumps because I'm, as a co-founder with Phil Ebner, just super lucky to have had a team pull this thing together. So, James, excuse me, I'm getting a little formal with you, aren't I? After our flustering conversation earlier.
Well, I'm just excited that I have two moderators up here because it means I'm so extra that I took two moderators and I'm the only one where that happened.
It is kind of the only one. You're right. You're a special guy, Okay, so today was AI in Healthcare Day. So tell me about why we did this and what came out of today.
Well, I think a lot of the reason behind this is that AI has the potential to impact healthcare in so many ways. And my immersion into the Alliance for AI in Healthcare and working with companies, universities, investors, people who are providing everything from drug discovery to services for patients in this space has really opened my eye to what can come. And one of my favorite moments today was in this convening of people in Christian's network, Jacques' network, my network. We had an investor come in who was talking about the fact that he's a radiologist, and what he wants to do is actually show radiologists they can work with AI to not be replaced and use it. And he was here to learn more about that and figure out how to help people in his medical profession leverage this as opposed to becoming extinct because of it. And I thought that was a really great moment from today.
It's an awesome moment, and I love that MDs are coming into the Bullpen, trusting us, saying, we need help. We need to figure this out, and they have resources like you to help them, and that's part of why we invite you to get involved in the Bullpen as a venture capitalist, as a nonprofit, as a operator, a startup. There are resources here, and we all share the mandate of helping each other. That's the rule we have. Find somebody to help and repeat. That's our mantra. So you've been here talking to some amazing people all week. How many interviews do you think you've done this week?
I did a couple. Yeah. It was, there are a few, but it was so inspiring to hear what people are achieving. And, with today with AI, the fact that people are really applying it to decrease cost, to improve the velocity of new solutions in the biomedical sciences, that it's really happening, and that people are really that it's working, and that we have real solutions. I found it to be incredibly inspirational.
I agree. At times emotional when talking to these people. I know I was caught in that moment a few times. You did an awesome job.
Thank you.
And Jacques, helping us do this, capturing the content. We're going to be able to share what the asks are of these amazing people, and they're going to be brought resources. You had vision enough to sponsor that and host it and pull it together, and I just can't thank you enough. Personal favorite memory from this week? Do you have anything that just...
I think maybe from the rare disease day, I think really seeing the passion that was put into the work to really, that it's not like, diseases where you have these massive, clear return on investments, but the amount of energy that was put into it to really find real solutions that work, and for people to find ways to then take it and leverage it and apply it to other diseases and just find ways to solve a problem that seemed unsolvable. To me, that was incredible. And so that was probably, realizing that and seeing it happening with the founders, I think that for me that was the most moving part of the week.
I agree. It's left a mark on me. How about you, James? What's burning in your mind?
Kind of going to day two, I thought the fact that we highlighted tools and services companies was incredibly unique, and none of the rare diseases, AI in healthcare, none of the other areas or vectors in biotech or healthcare can succeed or can move forward without tools and services, and yet they're often shoved aside. And I thought that was really amazing. And seeing so many companies come here and feel like they actually had a space to network and people being open to meeting with them, I thought was fantastic.
All right, I'm gonna do a little Uncle Christian story time here.
What was your favorite moment, Christian?
What was my favorite moment? I have a moment that I'm just grateful that we were able to be here for, and it's emotional. I have 3 kids. My son, you know my son now. He was here today, my oldest son, and my dad was here. And at the center of all of this are the people we love. All right. Yeah. And Monday afternoon, a young woman came in. My son came and said, there's a woman, she's crying at the front desk. And I went and talked to her, and I didn't know what was going on. And she said that before Christmas, her son was diagnosed with a rare disease. Wow. And her response was to start a company. And she had no idea how to run a company, but she wanted to save her kid's life. And we happened that day to have 8 CEOs who started companies for their children who had rare disease. And I said, sit down, I'll be back. And we brought her CEO after CEO who was able to say, I went through this, I'm here for you, and hug her and hold her hand and tell her that we can do this. She walked out with, for lack of, I won't define things, a board, funding, guidance, a company to save her child. And she thought that there was some sort of divine intervention. But it wasn't. It was the Emily Whitehead Foundation that was here. And the people that are involved with the Emily Whitehead Foundation. And somebody told her, walking around, that she needs to go to the yacht club and be at Rare Disease Day. And it's going to change her life. It's going to change her child's life. And we accidentally bumped into this opportunity because the leaders, the people involved in the Bullpen, took a chance, bet on working together, said, I'm not going to go spend maybe as much time as I normally do in the financial district. I'll come down and be in the Bullpen for a couple hours. And we had this opportunity is because we put our best foot forward. So for me, that was the gift to walk away with this week to have been a part of this. And
I saw people out here who canceled meetings they had downtown to stay here, like JoJo Platt. She canceled meetings this afternoon because she was having such a great time here. She's like, I'm getting more value out of the Bullpen than I do in the financial district. And I think that's a testament to what you've created, and it's one of the reasons we support the Bullpen so much from Tulane is it almost encompasses our motto, which is non sebi sed sui, which is not for oneself, but for one's own. So you think of others before yourself, and I think everyone that you're curated does that. And that's why we're all here and not down there.
Yeah, I think that's well said.
Well, I'll go back to, you're invited. If you are a CXO, an investor, a nonprofit, someone who wants to make impact at the highest levels in healthcare, there's a home for you here. We ask that you help somebody. You find somebody to help, and that makes it all work. And we're going to go upstairs and reminisce a little bit at the bar.
Are you going to recreate your time in New Orleans last fall?
No, I'm still recovering, actually. Don't go visit James.
Jacques will get you
on
there
Bourbon
next year.
Street.
October 29th and 30th. I'm telling you, you'll be there.
Bayou on the Bayou is enter at your own risk type.
We're going to have a little Bullpen on the Bayou. More to come.
Awesome. So, from the bottom of my heart, to everybody involved, the production crew especially.
bravo.
What pros.
Yeah, bravo.
What true pros. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to see you at Bio in San Diego next, and we're going to do some of this there. Between now and then, get involved. Find somebody to help, right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome.
Bye.